I wanted to do this by partnering with organizations from the Boone Democrats to the Boone Republicans. I want to bring together different voices, dissenting voices, voices that may be more liberal or more conservative, in order that we can reach a point of sort of the radical middle.
You've had 3 strikes laws, mass incarceration, denied us of who we are, and we are still here. And today, you'll take the only majority black district from us.
What really happened on that Thursday here at Augusta High School that led to Chris Wood's death?
The fuck is that? Shit! I'm dying in this fucking country-ass fucked up town.
Now, I know that if you did see the episode where I had talked about this before, I used that clip. However, it's really fucking funny, and I had to play it again. Sorry. Also, I really don't understand what the hell is going on with the camera. It's, for some reason, really blurry right now, and I cannot figure it out. So, I'm just going to have to, I'll try one more time to see if it's a zoom, because I don't get why I didn't, once again, didn't touch anything. This is what, it drives me nuts. It drives me nuts. It's what happens every time I'm just having fun, minding my own business, and then I go on to do a stream, and everything's all screwed up, just like usual. Let me just, oh. Hey, you notice if I get really close, like really, really way too close, it's kind of fine, but for some reason, we get about here, which, by the way, this has not just facial focus, this has eyeball focus, and that's what I've been using up until now, and it seemed to work more or less fine. Jeez, that is bad right now. There's got to be something. Huh. I'm sorry, give me just 1 second. Let me just try one more thing. I don't know why this is freaking crazy, dude. Where's the button for this? I forgot. Is it this one? No, that's not it. Oh, maybe it is. Oh, hey, hang on. I think I may be onto something here. No, that's not it. What is that? Why is that doing that? Like, that's how it's supposed to look, but for some reason it's all fuzzy. Maybe that's because, 1 second, there might be another reason for that. I can check this real quick. I literally had no time to freaking get this thing prepared correctly, and I don't know why it's acting so crazy, but that's not it. Aha! Is that the culprit? That's maybe partially the culprit. That may very well be partially the culprit. As a matter of fact, hey, we just got to find the right balance here. This may be even better than before. Sorry, I also have I've had a lot of freaking, like, sinus, it's allergy season, and that sucks. But, here, hold on, ooh, contrast. Turn that a smidgen. We can turn the brightness and, oh, how about down the gamma a little bit and turn up, no, down the bright, oh, no, up the brightness, not that high. There we go, okay. Wow, we're getting better, we're getting much better. Wow, damn, I think we're almost there. Hey, give me just 1 more second, I think we got this. I never even knew that button did that at all. That's too much, okay. That looks about right. There's gotta be, that's the one that, yeah, that takes color out. No, that's the other way. Oh, no. I see, that's because, okay, I think Okay, now what if we turn this on? That doesn't help at all. Is there another effect that might go? Jeez. No, don't do that. Don't do that either. Oh, wait, this is the wrong thing. Never mind. Here, let me get rid of that. Jeez. I promise I won't do this much longer. I thought I was onto something, and I kind of think I am onto something, but, man, it's just, like I said, another surprise as I get on today. Yay, more problems. You know what, maybe there's too much light, actually. Hold on. Let's see. That help? No, not really. That's a little worse even. Or maybe it's not if we get, no, not that way. Not that way. Not that way. No. I think maybe I was just about right amount of light. I need to turn that back on. Yeah, hold on. We'll fix that right away. If I can find it. There we go. Hey, look, I think that actually looks quite good. Alright. If I'm looking terrible on that end, just let me know. I think I'm... Oh man, this is strange. Okay, before I do anything else, let me just see if I can find that button again one more time, because is it this one? No, it's not that one. Obviously not that one. Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. Oh, yeah, that's not the right thing. Okay. Oh, and that's another thing too. Why does this thing keep getting crooked? That way. Yeah, there we go. Try that. That's not a problem. Man, this is bizarre. This is really, really bizarre. Yeah, man, you just go straight to freaking blur right when you hit that one. It's like the focus is set to be somewhere else. Oh, that is focus type, but why is it so weird? Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Okay, if I can remember what it's this one. This is the button. If I can put it there. Wait. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Let's see if I can get this. That's way too much. That's way too little. Oh, hey, here's my personal settings. Hey, I found that. The right one? Where's that one? Oh, wait, hold on. This should be the right one. I think that is the right one. That is the right one. Hey, hey. I do have to turn the extra light off now, though, because there's too much. Okay, how are we doing now? There we go. Hey, hey, sweet. Just a little bit more, just to get rid of this, and then that's all I need to do. There it is. Okay, I think we're good now. Oh, I feel much better about it. I hope you do too, because my goodness, that was a struggle, man. The struggle is real, man. Not over that, but it is pretty real. Either way, how's everybody doing tonight? I hope you're doing very well. Hope you're doing better than me, anyway. Because obviously, this is just a good example of what happens when I end up when I say something went wrong or something. It's like I'm ending up with stuff like this, and I would just do the show, but I know what's gonna happen. It's gonna drive me crazy. It's gonna drive me nuts, and I'm gonna take forever to freaking try and fix it, and then it's just gonna be just doing this the whole time. I have to have some kind of OCD or something. There's got to be some kind of OCD that is an issue in some way or somehow, because like whatever it is, like if there's minor imperfections, they're going to bug me. They're going to bug me, and I'm not going to be able to freaking just relax until I figure out exactly what's going on, and it's just it drives me nuts. And I'm still trying to figure out why in the hell there's still those freaking weird where's that, but like that little fuzz shit. What is that fuzz shit doing everywhere? Like that stuff. Oh, there we go. Is that it? You know what? I'll take it. I think it's pretty good. Okay. All right. There we go. Okay. Now, that's enough of that. I'm a little bit more bright than I would be as far as the color saturation, but I'll take it. So, yeah. Anyway. So, if you were around yesterday, thanks to MLA, I didn't end up falling asleep on stream, I think, again, which, thanks. Shout out to MLA. I know he's not probably on right now, but he probably will be at some point. But in any case, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it. And since then, there's not much else I did want to do the same show. So I haven't changed much. I haven't added a lot. But there is definitely a few things I had to add, because there's been a few things that have been going on and new videos have come out. And in particular, they got to be a sort of video of its own, but I've noticed a handful of people kind of starting to mention this concept, and they're starting to get it. They haven't really understood entirely that, like, why and how, to what extent this is an issue. But I'll tell you right now. Oh, one last thing. This is not turned off. So there we go. Okay. Wait, why is that doing it? There we go. Okay, sure. Just get out of this. I don't know what this is doing, but I'm not going to push the shutter button to move the direction of the arrow. Sorry. Oh. I will do that in just a second, I guess, but hold on. Oh, jeez. It's got a leveler on the freaking screen right now. Okay, here you go. Okay, I'll press the shutter button. Okay, I'm not trying to record a movie. What are you talking about? Okay. Oh, jeez. Oh, press it. What are you talking about? Oh, I can't get this off screen. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just turn this off and turn this back on. So give me just a second. Let me... because now there's something all over my screen and it won't go away, and I don't know why. So, okay, yeah, got it. I'm pressing all those buttons. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it won't let me leave. It won't let me leave the menu. Oh my lord. Okay, is that, no, it's not gonna stop. Oh, and here's one other thing. Oh. Aha, here's the other thing. Jesus, man, just let me do my show, leave me alone. Okay, alright, we're fine. Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm gonna turn this off and turn it back on, because for whatever reason, this thing won't give me any peace. So, let's do that, and then we'll turn it back on. Oh, I can see one thing that's causing problems too. The lens is a little dirty in the corner. And that might have been a big part of a lot of it, so. There we go. And don't worry, I'm using a camera cleaning solution on this. It's not just a rag, so, okay. Wait. Oh, I have to zoom, that's right. Hey, we did it! Sweet. Okay, now I'm going to shut up and do the show. Well, start talking and do the show, I think, as soon as this thing, okay. There we go. Okay, so, jeez. Oh no, don't do it again. It's doing it again. You guys aren't gonna want to watch me today. This is terrible. Oh no, it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. We're good. We're good. That stupid thing came up. I'm just gonna forget it. Jeez. You know what? Why me? Why me, man? Why me? There's always have to be me. One thing I do have to do because this is really dumb. Okay, there we go. So, and yeah, now it's fine. Okay, thanks. Just zoom out a little bit. Everything's good. The show is freaking going to be centered around the. There was two main things that happened lately, and they're really, to be honest, they reveal a lot about two groups in general. Well, one organization, one political party, and what their goal has been since the time they basically have been since the time they were founded. Really, I mean, if you really want to get down to it, and if you are a fan of if you're a fan of history, you're a fan of listening to parts of history of not just American history, world history in general, or any kind of deep dive into historical subjects that are not like you hear about them and you hear what is kind of referred to as the basically the common description of what happened in a certain time period. And then there's always some kind of gap and some sort of weird question that kind of is lingering, and you wonder why things kind of end out the way they do. And the reason usually is because somebody doesn't like the history and they've decided to not necessarily always lie or change something, but just leave certain things out that are inconvenient. And that's certainly true about a large chunk. You know what? I see what. I'm sorry. Like I said, this is going to bug me all day. I think this time it's kind of simple, though. Like that. Okay, that helped out all right. Yeah, that definitely helped out. In this case, though, it's one of those things where, lest ye not question the holy motives behind the sacred political institution of the Democrat Party and any United States party, and it also kind of runs contrary to what a lot of people grew up believing. And to be honest, I mean, this is what a lot of it was what I was taught in school, and I'm sure a lot of you out there would probably say the same thing. But whatever it is that ends up being what's the word? Accepted, I guess, is as the official narrative. There's always something that challenges it, and then when you hear something that comes out as sort of a refutation of it, you wonder, why have I never heard anything like that? And the only real explanation that I can come to, and I think really the only rational explanation for it all, is that not necessarily that anybody that you have specifically listened to or heard about these things from, not necessarily everybody is somebody malicious talking about something that they, hair in my mouth, that they know for a fact is false, that they know is untrue, and they're trying to deceive students or anybody who's a viewer or listener or reader or whatever. But it could be something much more simple, like that's what they believe, that's what they think, that's what they were taught, that's all they've ever known. And I think when it comes to American history at large, there is a sort of acceptance, because if you look at the United States today, like the clip we played yesterday where that girl who was bawling her eyes out because her brother was a MAGA voter, and she basically has been convinced with no proof needed, no proof to cite, no evidence that I don't think she's probably ever seen, except for people exclaiming, "Yes, this is absolutely the case. He's definitely a racist." Um, and I hate to break it to everybody, but like sometimes the people you hear things from, they can be good faith and just be wrong. Sometimes they're bad faith because they want something. They really want something. And in this case, there's a lot of people that are very much in desire of something. And to be honest, the only people gaining anything are the people who have a political gain to be made, and ultimately also, well, I guess the people that do their bidding, the people that follow their orders, the people that make money based on if they succeed or not. There's not. Yeah, I've kind of learned this based on things that I've seen myself, but there is no like super benevolent force out there that's doing only the good things for the sake of being good things. Not really in any cases. There's somebody who is just benevolent for the sake of benevolence when they are in a sort of I mean, take a look at what's been going on with the primaries, for example, especially with Republicans. And Thomas Massie, oh, poor Thomas lost. By the way, coming soon, I'll just tell you guys right now, coming soon, we will be discussing somebody who, once again, I can't stand, and I had to listen to his bullshit for about an hour before I couldn't take it anymore, on a show of another guy who I'm really starting to not be able to handle his bullshit. The first guy being Dave Smith, the second guy being Brad Palumbo. I'm really getting annoyed with that show because it is so stupid and so annoying and so freaking, like, it's not even always because Brad is always got the worst take. The problem is Brad lets everybody run roughshod, and when he hears something he agrees with, he kind of just shuts up and lets somebody just go. And they're usually a lot more aggressive about it than he is. So, and it really is kind of stupid with the condescension, the way he asks questions a lot of the time. He comes off as somebody who seems at, a quick glance to originally, when you see him first making a case, he seems like somebody that is literally actually trying to make a good faith case and a good faith argument. But the more you listen to him, the more you kind of hear this sort of smug, arrogant sort of jerk that is just, he already knows what's true. He knows what's true. As much as he might want to proclaim that he wants to hear out another side, it's not that he wants to hear out another side. He wants another side to be arguing on his channel because he's no different than any other debate channel, quote-unquote debate channel. And I really, to be honest, I've talked about the subject of debates before, and I'm not completely against debate. I am against a large number of debate platforms and channels today because they aren't. I mean, if you want to call them blood sports, sure, they are more like internet blood sports. They are like Jerry Springer. They are like, the old school freaking sort of sloppy shows on TV that were just about fighting back and forth, and that'd be fine. But they're not in any way. They're not even informal debates. They're not debates at all. They're just going around in a circle. It's Piers Morgan on a lesser known guy's channel who is American and really, really goofy. Because yeah, Brad is really goofy, and I wouldn't hold that against him if he was a little bit more, a little less transparently partisan in these debates. And also, there's just certain areas where, like, if you're supposed to debate something, okay, do you want people to debate it and go into it? Or are you going to cut things off at the pass and completely deny that this person might be saying something that they have a reason to say and they're going to back it up, like, right now, if you just let them? Instead of cutting them off and letting the loudmouth of the group. And then you guys all know my issues with Dave Smith. He's I consider him a snake oil salesman, to be honest, because he's deeply, really, well, not so much anymore, but he was very deeply rooted in the what's it called? Libertarian Party, and as far as I remember, he was actually at one point nominated or volunteered, or not volunteered, or somebody was volunteering him to be the head of the U.S. Libertarian Party, I guess, or something. He didn't want the position, I guess. I can kind of understand why, although at the same time I can't see how his ego would have sustained that. But it does go back to a certain event, which, and mind you, I mentioned this in the last show, although I didn't really get to expand on it at all because I wasn't really all there. But I've really kind of, like, I don't know what it is, but I've been watching a lot of shows that I used to watch a lot. And I've seen their more modern videos that they've been making, and the modern positions they've been taking. And what I've been seeing that's kind of disgusting, to be honest, is there's a very big sort of ego boost that has really suddenly manifests with everybody, to where they all feel like they're expert political analysts, and you don't need to be an expert political analyst to discuss current events, but they try to talk like they're some sort of expert analyst, and it's just the way that they communicate things. There's a lot of sort of thumbing their nose at certain ideas. There's a lot of condescending sort of comments that come out, and there's a real seriously big amount of dismissal of someone at face value because they're that's ridiculous. And one of those is actually, this goes back a while when I first got, I kind of get the feeling that something's a little off here, and it's PBD. Surprisingly, I like the show, and I did really like the show for a long time, but the very first cracks were, I may have told this story before, I don't know, but it's been a long time anyway, so I'll just make it brief. If you guys remember, it made a lot of big numbers for the show when they had Chris Cuomo versus Dave Smith, and it was all surrounding the pandemic and pandemic response, and how it was, was it done well, was it not done well, what did we get right, what did we get wrong, what's true and what's not, blah blah blah. And yeah, Chris Cuomo is a total shill and a freaking hardcore leftist kind of loon, but he's he was out there, and PBD, I think, wanted to have, because they'd had a discussion with him on his show and talked about him debating somebody on the issues because they weren't as familiar as some people. And the first person who was supposed to go do it actually was Tim Pool. And once again, I have my kind of issues with Tim Pool as well, but I would say with Tim, I really trust him way more than a lot of people because you can just tell, even if I disagree with him, I can tell he's a genuine guy. Like, he really genuinely believes what he's talking about. The only time I really have issues with him is when he's too pessimistic and too angry and too aggravated. And a lot of times it's for good reason, especially when they were shooting at his fucking house. I think I would be pretty angry and pessimistic at that point too. But either way, he was supposed to come out, and he was originally going to be the one to do the debate with Cuomo. But what happened was, now see, the way it was presented was that Dave kind of filled in last minute. And from the stance on PBD's podcast, they were trying to portray it like this. Tim insisted on only flying first class or he wouldn't come out. We didn't want to do that, so he said he wasn't going to do it. That's fine. So we found somebody else, but it was kind of short notice. It was hard to get it to work out, but luckily Dave showed up, so that's great. That really, because the thing is, I kind of heard part of Tim's argument before that, which immediately set off a bunch of alarm bells. Like, wait a minute, Tim already talked about this. He cut this off at the pass, and they're still trying to use this? Like, that's really fucking scummy, because here's the true story. Short notice, once again, and Tim was also kind of asked on short notice, meaning just a couple days or a few days. And Tim's response was he would do it, but he had to be back home before he was going to have to go on to do his show. Because he's if you watch Tim, he's really dedicated to doing his show on their regularly scheduled time that they always do the show. Unless there's some kind of really serious emergency, then that's the only real reason why. But he will do everything possible to make sure he is going to be back and able to do his show regardless of what it is he's asked to do as a side thing. So they originally said, sure, yeah, we can do that. And when Tim looked, all the flights were all packed and there was no openings except for one flight that had a first class, a couple first class seats open. That was the only one that could get him from his hometown to Florida and back before he was going to have to do a show. So that's what he told PBD and their crew there or whatever. And they said, well, no, we can't do first class flight. And Tim was like, okay, well, that's fine then. No hard feelings. I'm sorry, I can't make it. Maybe we can do something else in the future or whatever. Next thing you know, they are insinuating, and I heard it live. They were joking around with Dave, like, I know that I know it's rough for you. You didn't get that first class seat, and it's like, wow, you guys are actually trying to rib on Tim, trying to suggest that he is some kind of greedy asshole, and he was gonna, hold you guys up because you weren't gonna fly him first class. Really, Tim Pool, this guy, like the guy that's humble as fuck in everything. He doesn't dress fancy. He doesn't buy a bunch of super fancy shit. He buys the stuff that works best for him, and that's it. Like, I think you got the wrong guy there for insinuations of some sort of strange, greedy asshole that's only going to accept first class seats and is super big headed and arrogant. And like, that's not Tim. Anybody that watches Tim would be like, that's not Tim at all. And it seemed really, really weird. But the only thing I can think of is that this is what kind of where I started being like, wow, that's fucked up. Because I'm sitting there going, the only reason they would feel that way is if they felt like their show was so important. It shouldn't matter to you if you do your show or not. It shouldn't matter to you if you can if you can't do an obligation that you had to your audience and that you were supposed to be scheduled for at the last minute, getting taken away to do some bigger show. That's pretty commendable. And I would have thought someone like PBD would commend that. And instead, he treated Tim like shit, didn't even represent the argument correctly, and then was heaping praise on Dave for coming out at short notice. It's like, number one, I don't know where Dave lives in comparison to Tim. It might have been much easier for him to get out there. And number two, if you're going to have somebody, if you're going to have somebody debate, Dave has his style, and it can be effective, but Tim, when he gets going, man, he can be a vicious son of a bitch. Like, he can get in and really jab and dig. And it was really jarring to see it happen, but I didn't completely drop anybody after that. I just was like, that's really scummy. It's really scummy for them to do. But as time's gone on now, I've been watching the arguments that are made, and there is really, that sort of arrogance is definitely starting to come out more. And while they seem like they're kind of, as people, really good dudes at heart, I think there's just some kind of aspect of them that when they're on the show and they are in that role where, they're working for this really successful entrepreneur from another country that came and built himself up into a very, very successful businessman, and they work for him, and they're, basically coached by him, and the whole audience, the whole office there are people that are in a very similar situation. I get why there'd be a certain degree of reverence there, but ultimately, once again, like, if you're willing to sort of misrepresent things like that, you're already kind of falling out of favor with me. And then I start seeing this sort of big-headed behavior. And then the last thing that really was kind of the last point where I was like, okay, that's enough, was, first of all, they have consistently been kind of ragging on Adam when he's always been kind of the one who everybody kind of knows is a little bit less familiar with the subjects they're talking about. He's more of a more of a culture kind of guy than a politics kind of guy, or at least he had been. And now I find myself listening to the show, and anytime I hear it, it's like Adam's the only one that I kind of feel like is making any kind of good point. And even if he gets some things wrong, if there's a reason to correct it, but it's like instead of that, they nitpick at it. They just pick at certain things that are easily called out as being wrong. And I just see that like that's man, of all the things to focus on about why this is wrong, that's kind of a stupid one to go with. Regardless, I don't know why it's happened that way, but I've just kind of tuned out, and a lot of guys that do shows I've kind of tuned out as well. And I only have a very small handful of people that I still really watch. Crowder's probably one of my favorite people that I really know I can go to for really solid information because of all the people he cites and references. Andrew Wilson is another one I go to a lot. I also go to I love Larry Elder, of course. I love some of the guys, some of the people at Town Hall, some of the people at Daily Signal. I like those guys, but like ultimately, I've been very picky and choosy over who I've been watching lately, and it's because of the fact that like when you get a Dave Smith on, who is a very charismatic person, but like I said, at his core, I think he's a snake oil salesman. He's going to be able to sell you based on what he's saying and how he's saying it, rather than being factual and being really representative of reality. I hate that shit. So, so yeah, I'm gonna have to do a show about that soon. But I'm bringing him up now because there's this discussion when Thomas Massey had just lost, and there was a debate on Brad Palumbo's channel, and I really try to avoid Brad Palumbo. But I saw that one of the guys on there was one of the guys from The Blaze. I can't remember his name. He's a good debater, but it basically turned into a 3-on-1 because one guest was liberal, then there's Brad, and then there was Dave, and they all were mad at the conservatives. So they decided to throw. Gosh, I can't remember his name. He's on Glenn Beck's show a lot, but anyway. They really were trying to all go after him, and you could tell they were getting Dave especially was getting more frustrated every second, and I was just like, okay, this is fucking pathetic. You guys are like, I don't know what to tell you, but this temper tantrum over Massey, like, and I remember I was watching Rogan, and I remember, the appeal to, Thomas Massey's definitely gonna win this, and they bring up like. Well, Trump just bought that seat. Oh, okay. Well, he didn't buy, the presidency like Kamala Harris attempted to do. So, there's something needs to be said about, money spent. If you're really going to have some sort of principled stance on money, okay, go talk to Cenk Uygur about that because he never shuts up about that shit. But if you actually have more of a stronger opinion on the candidate quality here, then you're going to have to raise the issue with the electorate because this is the way it works. Contributions are considered in kind, and one of the arguments that won me over on that is you think like a company like BS Now or CNN or Fox News or anybody, you think that if they were to offer a candidate hundreds of thousands of dollars or $1 million even, or they said they were going to, for the entire cycle, feature them on their most popular shows on their stations, which one do you think the candidate is going to prefer? And that's the point, is that like speech and money are both two ways of promoting a political campaign. It's dirty, it sucks, but that's just the way the systems, unfortunately, come to work out. Now, if you have a problem with it, you have a problem with it, but don't have a problem with it when your candidate doesn't succeed, and then have a problem with it, no problem with it at all when everything turns out the way you want it to. That's just, and that's what I saw a lot with Massey. And the thing that this isn't going to an episode about Israel or Jewish people or anything like that, but one part that really made me laugh, and I heard this statistic the other day, because AIPAC has come up over and over again, and Jewish money in Israel over and over again. Now, AIPAC it's funny. I always have compared them to like, this isn't even an apt comparison. It's just something I've mentioned because of the nature of it. If you guys remember when the NRA was always blamed for Republicans getting elected, it was always the NRA. It's the NRA's fault. The NRA, they're getting paid with NRA blood money. The NRA was never a massive donor to the Republican Party. They were not a massive contributor to an election. They were a very strong force for political and cultural recognition because of how many members in the United States are actually, how many people in the United States are members of the NRA. It's a massive organization. So, a lot of people are consider it important when they back a candidate, or at least when they did back a candidate, and so with AIPAC, it's not exactly the same, but the point that I was kind of getting to is that it's not this massive, super out of control lobby that's just buying politicians, because here are the figures. This is what really surprised me. I knew it was bad. I didn't know it was this bad. When you look at people who contribute to political campaigns, it was phrased this way. Try to guess where AIPAC fits on the list of the ranking of the people who donate to political campaigns the most. You think they're in the top 10? Nah. You think they're in the top 20? You think they're in the top 50? Well, no. Top 100? No, not then. Gotta be in the top 150. Not even there. Top 100, top 200. Yeah, barely. They are ranked 191. The 191st largest donor in politics. So, sorry, I don't see that being a driving force for why people are so persuaded by Israel to talk about their country's safety and security in the Middle East, because they were bought out, especially when it comes to a guy like fucking Donald Trump or a lot of the people in his cabinet. You think Donald Trump needs the support of an organization because he really needs the money that they're going to donate? Are you serious? I mean, that's one of the dumbest possible takes you could make. And yet, somehow people are convinced that it's based on AIPAC, that the war started, and that people are all of it. So basically, when we go back to the whole debate and thing, I just think that for anybody, including Dave Smith, who's so obsessed with Thomas Massie, and find out that he was unseated by Trump and it was Trump bought that seat. Well, no, Trump's MAGA voters bought that seat. I think is more appropriate, because, and maybe not, but I'll tell you, I've been watching congressional hearings, and I remember watching Thomas Massie in the last administration and parts of the Trump administration's first administration. And he was very effective at communicating, especially when it came to the debt. He was a very good advocate for a lot of important causes. Now he's not only always talking in very rigid and very focused terms, only about very specific issues, but he dropped everything for the most part he was constantly focused on to talk about a very narrow list of things that all just so happen to be the things that he's opposed to the president about. And if he was just like, I don't want to rubber stamp a decision that I don't really agree with, that would be one thing. When you pair up with a guy like Ro Khanna to constantly blitz the media with the messaging of emotionally charged, very I don't know any way to call it, very nasty and very underhanded ways to attempt to undermine his character and use that as a reason why he needs to be buried and removed from office. First off, the people in Trump's base are not going to be persuaded by any of that shit. You can take that to the bank. What's going on, MLA? How's it going, man? I already said thank you, but thank you for making sure I didn't pass out last night. Really appreciate it, dude. Very much so. I don't know why this is doing. Hold on 1 second. That thing was like fluctuating in brightness, and it still kind of is for some reason. Well, maybe it won't be so bad. Yeah, it will. Okay, hold on. Man, this thing's driving me crazy. Oh, I forgot about that. Have it be a little bit more. That's better, I think. No, it's not. This is dumb. This is insane. Let's try this. I'm gonna try this again and see how this works. Now there's no extra light. So let's see how this works. There's one light. It's even doing it now, but whatever. Screw it. I think it's the camera. I still can't get it to get off of this screen. 1 second. Let me just see if I can get it off this screen. I have no idea. What the fuck does this say? I'm not trying to record a movie. The shutter button. Oh, here's the. Wait, what? I'm not trying to shoot a panorama. What the fuck are you talking about? Sweet panorama? What? Oh man, this is insanity. I don't want a panorama. Where the fuck did I select panorama? Okay, hold on. I think I figured this out. Oh, I see now. Okay, hold on. Hold the phone. Aha. No, that wasn't it. Almost there though now, I think. No, it's trying to exactly. Okay, here we go. Oh, it's this son of a bitch. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Okay. There we go. Now. Ha-ha! Man, that took forever. I think I finally figured it out, though. Jeez, I've been dealing with that this whole stream. It's driving me crazy. I think we're good now. Okay. All right. Anyway. Jeez, I finally... just real quick. The cord for the camera to connect, for some reason, they made the viewfinder flip out on the same side as the cords connect on this camera, and I've got a very it's a very large cable that's braided, and it does not move at all, so it's right in the way of a lot of stuff that's on the screen, and I can't read it always unless I get it from the right angle. But there we go. I think I figured it out. So I definitely figured it out. This is far better. Yes, yeah, man, you saved my guts on that one. But anyway, so back to the subject. So going back to all the way back to what this whole thing was about. This subject was one of the reasons why I was listening to that, and I was getting freaking furious because not one thing was getting nobody was representing anything correctly, and they kept going after this one guy. And it's a 3-on-1 debate basically, where they keep going after this one guy, and it's for stupid points and it's for stupid talking points, like ridiculous shit. And we're going back to January 6th again. Oh, great, perfect. Yeah, let's keep going back to January 6th for everything. Let's keep going back to let's go back to Charlottesville. I'm sure you guys talk about how there's good people on both sides all the time, and that's Trump again being racist. Oh my Lord, it's just like the brain dead talking points on so many people, and it's gotten to a point where I'm looking at everything that's going on, and I'm like, my word, maybe the sad fact of the reality, and the ultimately to come to terms with it, is that this term for Donald Trump is going to be as good as it can be, but I mean, because what was said that really pissed me off, what really, I remember the exact. Oh, nice. Hell yeah, dude. Good shit. Yeah, that's good stuff, actually. But anyway, one of the things that really set me off was Dave tried to insinuate the same thing that's insinuated on CNN and BS Now all the time when it comes to Congress. And the point is that they were talking about the passage of certain legislation, and also about congressional approval for wartime spending and all this. I can get into the validity of that another time when it comes to the whole War Powers Act thing. And the fact is, I can at least say this much: they didn't raise it for Bush. They didn't raise it for Obama. They didn't raise it for freaking Biden. And I can tell you that all three of those presidents, everybody knows Bush, but Obama and Biden in his short term, they both as well, started what could be called a conflict in a different country without congressional approval. And it happens in every administration. And of course, there's going to be one person that they're not going to allow to do it without following all of the rules, dotting all the I's, crossing all the T's, and tipping everybody on the side. And that's Donald Trump, of course. But the bigger problem was that he was trying to suggest that they're the ones with the majority in the House and the Senate. They could pass whatever they want. And I'm like, you fucking dishonest, lying, manipulative sack of shit. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking trying? Are you literally trying to actually fucking suggest this? Because you damn well know, first off, that there's a filibuster in the Senate. And call me crazy, but that word has come up quite a few goddamn times recently. In fact, I haven't heard the end of that stupid fucking word. The only time it ever made sense was when Mike Lee was actually trying to make people go back to the original purpose of the damn filibuster, which was to actually freaking filibuster, meaning you actually have people who talk. They talk and they try to persuade. That's the point of the filibuster. And they just decided at one point, well, we're going to have the filibuster, but nobody actually has to engage in that pesky long talking thing because, everybody just gets really sick of it. Oh, okay. So you want the results without having to work for it. Gotcha. Perfect. And everybody wonders why the freaking legislative branch is in the condition that it's in. But even worse than that, then you're going to suggest that the House is just fine when, once again, you should know that, and Mike Johnson has said this, after all has been said and done now, and people have left, and new special elections have happened, he has ended up in charge of a party that's in the majority with the margin of one extra seat. One seat. Out of the 500-something members of Congress, he has a one-seat majority. So, call me crazy. And then this was the real coup de grace where I had to turn it off. I was like, okay, that's it. I give up. These people are fucking ridiculous. The guy who was from the Blaze, he mentioned that the Democrats are always voting in lockstep. I've talked about this before. I call it the Democrat phalanx. because they close ranks and they absolutely do not let anything pass that doesn't fit with their ridiculous agenda of all their buzzword freaking terms that they absolutely have to have happen. And to suggest otherwise is just ridiculous. There's one senator, and we all know this, there's one senator who does this, but even in the House, it's the same way. There's barely anybody on the left who ever breaks ranks and votes against their party. There's barely anybody. You know why? Because it's a death sentence for your next primary. That's why. I don't know how people have not, like, represented this correctly, but Nancy Pelosi ran that place with an iron fist, and you know Hakeem Jeffries is trying to emulate both her and Barack Obama and who else is the Clintons and everybody who's been a seriously effective Democrat political leader in the last century or so. But and everybody wants to be like FDR and the Democrat Party. It's kind of easy to see why, but the point is that, like, Dave knows this. There's no way in hell he doesn't know this. And I don't know how many people actually know this, but watch one video in Congress of one attempt to sign a bill. Just watch one attempt to sign a bill and watch how hard it is pushed against. Watch how many times people try to slow things down, try to interrupt the process, try to interject with some nonsensical horseshit, try to put forth amendments that no one's going to even entertain or agree with. And people their own party aren't going to agree with. But that's just what they do. And unfortunately, Republicans, while this is a good thing in any other circumstance, there's a lot of diversity of opinion and thought, and a lot of people in that party have very diverse ideas about the best way to go in any given issue, and they have to really work hard to come to some kind of conclusion on that. That's not an issue in the Democrat Party, because they make sure that if you do dissent, you're done, you're gone, you're finished, you're going to be voted out because the money is with the party. The party is going to pick a candidate who's going to, even if it's a guy with a Nazi tattoo who's from the military. And by the way, I'm going to play you a clip in just a second to show you what a piece of work this guy is. Because he, well, maybe I should save that for later. Yeah, I probably will save that for later. Graham Plattner, the guy with the Nazi death head logo on his chest, who apparently, while he was in the military, had no idea that was a Nazi death head. I didn't know. I don't even know what a Nazi. I don't know what a Nazi is. He probably doesn't. Probably tried to pretend he didn't know what a Nazi is. I don't know what's Germany. But yeah, there was like this all this stuff coming to light about how he's a real scumbag, and ripping on this guy who was in a firefight with some Islamist ISIS members that were trying to pin him down, and this guy was like, it was his first time deployed, and he was a pretty he handled himself very well for an early in a career sort of firefight in a very, quite frankly, a very extremely hostile area. But Mr. Graham Plattner was trying. It's just, oh man, he's a real nasty guy, and he's not going to be. Yet if he rubber stamps Democrat, bills and Democrat proposals, they don't care. There's no principles there. That's really the biggest point, is that for all their talks of racism and injustice and this and that and blah blah blah, none of that shit's true. None of that shit is actually part of any agenda. It's just talking points. So why am I going through all of this? Well, here's the thing. I'm sure you guys have probably heard a little bit about this, but in case you don't know anything, I'll go over it very briefly, very briefly, so we can kind of get to the good stuff. Because this is a great jumping off point for this episode, and this is just by sheer, very strange luck that this just happened to come about when I was making this episode and getting started to put it together. Southern Poverty Law Center. one of the most oldest organizations that was founded around the civil rights movement for the specific reason of upholding the Constitution for any and every demographic in the country, regardless of race, ethnicity, religion, etc. Because everyone is equal in the country under the law and has the same rights as everybody else. That's why in this country where people try to say like with stupid shit like the wage gap for feminism and the idea they make 72 cents on the dollar. No, that's not how it works. That's a stupid talking point. So try again, but actually don't try again because I'm gonna keep going. So the SPLC is this organization that was very highly regarded, and as a matter of fact, these are people that even stood up for white supremacists at one point, not in any other way than allowing them the free speech to be able to voice their point of view. And the idea was that they can voice their point of view just like everyone else can voice their point of view about what they think, and I think the best idea will win. And that's exactly what happened, because at this point in time, all of the most well-known and notorious sorts of groups that were out there that were very racist and anti-integration for very white supremacist sort of centric, they've all been rendered all but completely destroyed. But they're as irrelevant as they could possibly be. They have no influence over anyone. They have no real power to influence votes or people onto their cause. Yet they've been used for a long time instead as this very evil racist shadow hanging over the U.S. and its politics. Well, it turns out that maybe they weren't as strong as we all thought they were, including Christopher Wray, who, by the way, if you don't remember, in the last administration, he was trying to tell Congress that the number one threat to the homeland is domestic white supremacist extremism and extreme Christian nationalism. Yeah, those are some dangerous ideologies there. There's one problem, though. I don't remember one news story I've heard in my lifetime of a hate crime at the hands of the KKK. But that doesn't mean that the KKK aren't still around in some sort of strange, fragmented version of themselves from years long past. Oh, no. They're still around. They're just pretty much a joke. Like, I've seen documentaries on the current KKK, and they really are like, you want to talk about unimpressive. Like, these people are about as unimpressive as someone could be. However, there are groups out there that are pretty, like, on an individual level, some of them look kind of intimidating, but they're nowhere near a threat to the homeland, like in the same way that ISIS or any Islamic Islamic extremist terrorist group would be a threat to the homeland, or even just most certainly not more than the drug cartels in Mexico and Southern America and South America, and yet we were told over and over again. Was there any evidence to back any of this up? Well, they always reference Charlottesville, like I was talking about, with the good people on both sides thing. But why would they be so confident? Well, it turns out they had a reason to be confident. And here's the reason. The SPLC, the organization funded and started to protect the rights of everyone from minorities to majorities and make sure that their rights were upheld regardless and they were given equal opportunity in this country. We're paying the KKK and paying a group called, I think it was the White Aryan Resistance or something like that, they paid them just before Charlottesville. They showed up to Charlottesville, and a lot of groups that were completely white supremacist or white nationalist sort of bulwarks for the anti-immigrant and anti-black and anti-integration sorts of voices in society. Apparently, they were being funded by the SPLC, the Grand Wizard of the KKK, no less. Now, why would that be? Why on earth would that be? Well, here is my theory and a lot of people's theory on this. When people talk about racism, and here's the if you don't believe me on anything else, here's the real unfortunate reality for Democrats and people that always want to go on and on about racism. For all the calls to alarm, all the times they've said, "Oh, this seems like it's definitely a hate crime and motivated by white people that are they're just fully in hatred of black people and minorities." Yeah, where, when, and how many are these? In how many cases is this crime that you're talking about? In how many cases is it caused by some white nationalist who's killing? Because I guarantee you, you see a story like that, it's all over the news everywhere, and it's used as a talking point, just in the same way that the Hortmans in Minnesota were used as a talking point to try and say that, oh, look at the Hortmans, they got killed too. And it's like, yeah, someone shot and nearly killed the president and actually shot his ear, and some psycho killed. Psycho, who, by the way, was inspired by Tim Walz, the Democrat governor of the fucking state you're talking about. That's who he was in allegiance to. And he was delusional as hell and thought he needed to off these people because they weren't backing everything that was going on with the legislature at the time in the state of Minnesota. Look at... Man, I had another example lined up, but I'm trying to remember what it was. Man. But I mean, that's a great starting point because, that was it. The Paul Pelosi attack that is always also used as some sort of evidence that I'm sorry, there's some kind of grand conspiracy against the Democrats by these radical right-wing extremists. No, this guy was, unless you think this radical right-wing extremist lived in a trailer in San Francisco on someone else's property, and in that trailer he had a big weed flag that had a rainbow flag behind it, and he also had a big Black Lives Matter sticker in the freaking RV, as well as all kinds of left-wing event flyers and all this other stuff. Yeah, no, I don't think that's a white supremacist right-winger. just taking a wild guess here, but I'm pretty sure that's not the issue here. And so it begs the question, is this really because they are trying to prop them up? And ultimately, that seems like it's the only possible explanation for what was going on at the time. And it would also explain why they were depending so heavily on the narrative where they cut out the important part of Trump's speech that kind of basically undercut their entire argument, which was that this is inspired by Donald Trump and how racist he is, even though, as we've seen from the actual cut of the video, and people have talked about time and time again, and yet there's people out there that still believe it. I still believe he said there are good people on both sides, and he was referring to the protesters on the side of the minorities who felt that it was insulting to have Confederate memorabilia in the state. And likewise, it was also just insane to consider the president would not have condemned, which he did in his speech, by saying there are good people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. I remember exactly how it was said. And that part was cut out of every interview, every time that question was played on the left, that was completely cut out. You had good people other than neo-Nazis and white supremacists on both sides. That was the talking point. There's good people on both sides. Joe Biden stated that as his reason for running for presidency that year. And it's absolutely fucking nuts when you think about how much that was able to influence the culture at large. Trump calls neo-Nazis good people who are on just one side of both sides of the debate that end up. And by the way, because a young woman was killed in this protest because of some guy who was a lunatic and decided he was going to put his car in reverse and floor it and then just back up into a sea of people and end up hitting whoever he hit and killed, so be it. And he took off. And it was pretty it was evil. It was an act of evil. That's what it was. And I think everybody would agree. And the reason everyone would agree is because no one on the modern right that is supportive of Donald Trump would be celebrating an event that is about anything other than fulfilling your obligations as a civil rights advocate to tell the truth and to be as transparent as possible and not just cherry pick points that prove what you would hope to be true. And of course, this is all boiling down to, Hillary Clinton losing the election to a guy like Donald Trump. But they haven't let that go. They have not let that go. And so but the problem is that the need for racism, I've said this before, I've heard this before, and it's the truth. The need for racism and the need for white supremacy and the need for these groups completely and totally outweighs the supply. There is no supply. There are not nearly as many people out there that are openly and actively participating in neo-Nazi or white supremacist activity in order to make a statement. If there were, they would be hunted down probably by this point. They would be in prison, I'm sure. Just like when they were trying to find, they talked about this in Congress, and I'm going to play the video in just a second, but some broad who's trying to defend the SPLC, she doesn't want to hear about Mark Houck, who objected to people trying to indoctrinate his kids into transgender ideology. So when he voiced his displeasure, they didn't like that too much. They went running to the state. The state brought their SWAT unit out, which, by the way, this guy, if you haven't heard the story of Mark Houck, the guy had an attorney, had offered to turn himself in with no violence, had offered to discuss what happened with any of the officers at the police station, and had no issue coming in and not making a threat about it. I really don't know. I really don't know how to really even make it any more apparent in my little way. But this is leading to a much bigger and important point, because this is a small piece of a narrative that's been fed to the people. People still believe it, and it shows how effective propaganda is in this day and age with any population, including one like the United States, where there's a lot of the huge amount of emphasis placed on a lot of things that are requisites to being a decent, honest, and hardworking individual. And I can assure you, not one of them is to fight for race and country or something like that. But with the Southern Poverty Law Center, what started out, as I'm sure a benevolent idea by its founders, I think, I think that when you start getting in a level where there has to be opposition to everything, and so therefore you have to take any nug you can and anything that you can use as a point to connect the dots with to some other event, then you obviously you don't care. You're not someone who's genuinely concerned. All right. I don't know why. Ultimately concerned about this. Oh man. Anyway, so let me show you. I'm gonna play that clip real quick, and then we have some. Then we have the real deep dive to get into, which is where I'm not. I'll just bear in mind this ahead of time. I'll repeat this in just a second, but I'm not setting out to embarrass. I'm not setting out to offend. I'm not setting out to cause controversy or stir any trouble up. I'm doing this for one reason and one reason only, and that is because it's true, and it is not even relayed to people in an educational program in the United States anymore, because if it's not something that is that isn't his laugh. I'm sorry. Here, hang on. Let me find the video. I was trying to think of what. Oh, and by the way, I hope you guys like my new corner animation. By the way, that one was a rough one. But anyway, let me find the. Here. Oh, I have the folder open here. No. Yeah. So this is is this just Jim? Yeah, this is just Jim Jordan. And he's questioning this advocate for the SPLC. And you can tell she really doesn't want to talk about anything except for how great the SPLC is. But Jim Jordan puts this one to her. Because once again, this kind of thing, after we've heard about, the fraud in Minnesota, the fraud in California, the fraud in, what was it, Ohio, I think? Yeah, Ohio. The fraud there, the fraud that's likely going on all over the country in very large numbers, where people are being coached into how to more efficiently and more effectively and quickly receive government benefits of some kind, even if you're not a legal citizen. It's that's exactly what you're going to see. So that's oh man, I wasn't thinking about that. Anyway, all right. Here's Jim Jordan discussing this case with their advocate from. I don't know exactly where she's from, but she's defending SPLC. So, and a lot of the points I brought up, they're going to be brought up here too. But this is going somewhere else very soon, and this is where this is just kind of like the appetizers. I'm not trying to tease this, but I'm just kind of saying this is just sort of setting the stage for a much, much, much bigger ultimate coming act that will be the I won't say the final act, but the most suspenseful and the dramatic act of the show. So just a second, let me get this on. Where's J? Oh wait, yeah, that's right. These are organized by date, so it's on top. Yeah, here we go. All right. Oh, here, let me do this first. We'll cut that. Pull this one up. Okay. And there we go. And like I said, now bear in mind also that the FBI themselves, Christopher Wray, in the last administration, and Merrick Garland, the Attorney General of the United States, had both been on record in front of Congress, in the House and the Senate, when asked what the greatest threat to the United States was, repeatedly over and over again stated domestic white supremacy and white nationalism and Christian nationalism are the greatest threats to the country by far. Now, the way they got to those statistics, I happen to know a large portion of the reason why, but for now, we'll just operate with that as the operating statement, and then we'll go into the more of the details as we go on. But here's Jim Jordan confronting this psychotic multi-time witness who she really couldn't take the heat. Anyway, all right, guys, here it comes. Oh, do I have the volume? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. There's no volume. I forgot to turn that back on. Wait. Oh. Wait. Was there volume? Oh, here. Hold on. I think it's because yeah, that's right. I switched sources when I got that new. I don't even know if I mentioned this before. I did get a new piece of hardware for my rack, and my rack is getting some great. I don't know if you noticed it in the microphone, but I was very easily able to dial in the sound with the new audio equipment. Oh man, it was a massive benefit for me. So, but I did forget to change the channel because I needed to change it after I had it loop back affected into the preamp. So anyway, I forgot to change the channel to the correct one. Let's see. Oh, that's right. I remember now why I had that one muted, but I can still leave it muted for me, but not for you. So let me just. Well, it's not. Yeah, it's not the podcast. It's the water. Anyway, okay, here we go. I think we're good now. I think. Oh, wait. Just make sure. One last thing. Let me check this real quick. Now. Oh, that's right. This is where we get this information. Oh, yeah, that's there. That's really strange. I don't know why it wasn't showing up, but okay. Just make sure that we've got. Actually, here's a good test. Let me just do this real quick. Now wait, hold on. Is it on one of the hidden channels or something? If you guys are hearing that, let me know, because it looks like I'm not getting the audio from the computer in on this for some reason, which is really weird. But let me see if I can find if there's a channel that is getting it. Oh, wait. Is it this one? No, because that catches the microphone. It's not that one. This is weird. Haven't had any problem with that yet. Oh, wait a second. This might be in my... Jeez. Once again, like I said before, if it's not one thing, it's another. But let's see. We're going to need to check... Where's my... Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, yeah, duh. Okay. Here. Okay, now that's on insert. Move back. 9, 10. Oh, no, those are... Yeah, no, that's not those. Hang on just a second. Here's another problem. This needs to be up at 24. This needs to be up at 9. Switch those around. And, let's see if, because I can't quite figure out. Here, let me. I'm gonna put on just some audio from a different video or something, and see if we can get. I'm gonna switch back over to the main screen just for a second, and oh yeah, here we go. And let me just see if I can make sure that this comes up, because I don't know why in the hell it's not sending to the correct source, but unless this is still, wait, is this set to the right source output? Well, it should be. Okay. Yeah, that's oh, hang on. Is that the right output? Sometimes it's hard to see because it's Why is the VB matrix even still connected? That shouldn't even be on. Oh. No. Here we go. Let's go to sound settings. Let me check this real quick. Monitors left and right. Here we go. Now I can check this. Nothing there. It's not muted. No, it's not muted. Oh, wait a second. I think I know where there may be an issue now as well. Oh, wait, no, because that wouldn't make any sense either, because there's the... What about the properties here? Ah! Found the culprit. Okay. That should do it. Okay, now let's try this again. I'm almost positive that was it, so I think I can just do a quick little one check test and... Oh! Yeah! Stop monitoring. Where's the monitor? There we go. Okay. Oh, I think it's this one. No. We can leave that one on. Here. Why is that one? Oh, Oh, I have an idea. We'll set it to this. And then that probably should... That should have fixed this one. Yeah, that fixed that. Okay. Now, real test is here. Let's make sure that that is correct. Right. Okay, where did that sound thing go? Jeez, I didn't have this problem before, although I don't know if I... Oh, wait. What's it set to now? Oh, yeah. Okay, what's this set to now? Now, this is really strange. Oh! I know why. Because that's set to that again, and not this one again. Okay, let's try this one more time. Jeez. Come on, man. There we go. Okay, it's coming through there. Now, we have... But is it coming through that one? No, because that one's... Wait, hold on. That's it. Man, jeez. I'm sorry, guys. Technical difficulties. This is what I mean. Please get a break. Come on, man. Oh boy. Okay. There may have to be another alternative. Oh wait, hold on. I have to move that to a different channel. I could do that. But line 1 and 2 shouldn't be a problem. Man, there's got to be a way to get this to. Okay, now I can hear it, but I'm sure you can't again. So, I thought for sure that was the culprit when I first saw that. I thought that was it for sure, but Oh, how about we just set it to the monitor? Jeez, the loop is screwy. Okay. All right. Let me big brain it and brainstorm it. I gotta get. Jesus sucks, man. I got a show ready that I worked on like crazy. I had to go through. I think I mentioned this yesterday. I went through over 7 hours, probably closer to 8 hours worth of video to get all the video ready for this damn show, and now we have this as an issue. It's freaking annoying. Oh my word. Okay. Oh, you know what could work? Let me just see, just for the sake of curiosity, because there's another device that I use for my speaker audio that's not on because my speakers aren't on. I never have my speakers on when I'm doing the show. However, they still are being sent sound. So if that's the case, they're still receiving it. It's still on. It's just not, the speakers themselves are not getting power. They're off. So if that's the case, then maybe, just maybe, if we set the power to be, or set the audio output to be to this output device, we may not be getting any issue. Okay. Okay. And then we do this, and we change it. Oh yeah, no, it's set there already. Okay. All right, let's see if, oh, and then I'm going to have to do one last thing, which is I'm going to set this back to 1 and 2. And I need to hear those speakers again. My end. Oh, and this could be another problem. If I have this set up to hear here, but they go through, it's a pass-through, so I'd still be able to hear it anyway. So let's check and see. There should be no problem with this. Okay, I can still hear it, but why is there no audio coming out from there? What is going on with this son of a bitch? This is so annoying. Jeez Louise. Okay, oh, because it's, yeah, here, hold on. USB codec, audio codec. Yeah. Okay. One more time. Jesus. Yeah, good. That's just loud as hell. Okay. Here, let's turn the volume down. Oh, I see why. That's way up. Okay. Okay, I almost don't want to try it again, but let me make sure we're good. Jeez. It's still super loud. Wow. Jeez. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to try it. I know a way I think I can get it to work. It might be a little, it might be, unfortunately, a little bit of a roundabout and crappier way to do it, but crude audio is better than no audio, so here, we'll do it this way. Hold on. Okay. Try this, and hopefully we'll get something back that we're trying to get back. Here, now let's set this back to... Jeez, I need a vacation. Maybe not a vacation. Maybe just maybe just sleep for like a week straight, and I'll be good. That would probably do it. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. It might just suck, actually. Ooh, yeah, we got one problem here. We set that to 32-bit. Excuse me. Okay, now. Okay, now we're getting audio. You just gotta set this thing to this one. This one. There we go. Okay. There's no way in hell that this one won't come through. This one's definitely coming through. Come on. Come on. Come on. Now that was too loud. Really? Oh my god, what's going on with this thing? How is this? Is the, oh, hold on. Jeez. See, I thought this was, yeah. Okay, we'll try this now. This should do it. It better do it, because, oh, are those up really high? No, they're not. 1 and 2, 1 and 2, and 9 and 10. Oh, 1 and 2 is up really high. Okay, here. One more time. Turn that back down. Now let's see. There we go. Now we're much closer. It's still a little blow now, so I just turn it down on here, and that should work. God. The problems are just never ending, you guys. This is annoying as hell. Okay, there we go. Let's see this one more time. There we go. Much better, much better, much better. Okay. Let me turn it down a smidgen more. This can go down a little bit more. I want it to be... Oh, and actually, I need my volume back up because I can hear just fine. And I didn't realize one of the problems going on here was that when I changed the output audio boost, I usually do it for the mic and not for the PC audio. But I at one point was getting them mixed up because of the new setup. So, okay, let's try this now. It should be good. There we go. Nice and smooth. Nice and smooth. Okay. All right, you guys. Really sorry about that. I think we're good now. Here we go. Jeez Louise. Okay. And sorry if I blew your ears out. I really didn't mean to. I'm really sorry about that. But here we go. Let's go. Are you back on that screen? Yeah, we are. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Jim. Take it away.
They called them field sources, individuals the Southern Poverty Law Center paid to gin up hate, the very hate they told their supporters that they were fighting. Field source number 37, F37, coordinated transportation and attended the 2017 rally in Charlottesville. The Southern Poverty Law Center paid him $270,000. $270,000 to the guy who helped put together the event where a young lady was killed. Field source number 9. He got $1 million over 9 years. F unknown. We don't know what number this guy was, but we do know he was the Imperial Wizard of the Klan, whatever that means, and he was on the Southern Poverty Law Center payroll. F27.
Isn't that ironic?
Southern Poverty Law Center paid him $300,000 in 6 years. And what did he do? He ran the Aryan Nation Motorcycle Club. F43. He was president of some crazy group, and he was previously convicted of cross burning, but the Southern Poverty Law Center thought he was worth $19,000 of their donors' money. All told, $3 million. $3 million to manufacture hate.
And $3 million, by the way, going to what Christopher Wray and Merrick Garland described as the #1 domestic terror threat in the United States. How are we all still alive right now? Maybe because they're full of shit, and that wasn't ever really the biggest terror threat in the country. Just saying, just spitballing here, but maybe that's why.
Remember when Rahm Emanuel said, never let a crisis go to waste? The SPLCs took it a step further. They went one better. They said, we're going to create the crisis. We're going to manufacture the crisis. And by so doing, they became the standard, the source for determining who's a hate group and who isn't.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, they labeled good pro-family organizations, conservative organizations as hate groups, like the Family Research Council is with us today, like Moms for Liberty, like Turning Point USA, even the Alliance Defending Freedom has argued won numerous cases in front of the Supreme Court. They labeled them all hate groups. But not Jane's Revenge. Nope. Even though Jane's Revenge firebombed and vandalized churches, crisis pregnancy centers in the aftermath of the Dobbs decision, they never made the Southern Poverty Law Center's list.
And remember, real quick, just if you somehow forgot the absurdity of the excuse, Merrick Garland's excuse for why he couldn't find Jane's Revenge and other groups that were terrorizing pro-pregnancy centers after the overturning of Roe v. Wade and the Dobbs decision, which meant that abortion was not outlawed, of course, as everyone knows. It went back to the states to decide on a case-by-case basis, and these people did not want that. They don't want states making, they don't want the democratic process to play out and people to determine what laws they want and don't want. No, they want to make sure everybody's terrorized into doing what they want them to do. So, God forbid you actually are in support of, a pro-life cause. But I would say that people who are so delusional as to think that the proper response is to firebomb clinics like that, and destroy clinics that try to help young mothers who decide to keep the child, and the correct response is to firebomb them, write their stupid graffiti that looks like crap all over the building, and threaten the staff at these pregnancy centers, actually leave them threatening messages, write threatening letters, and write threatening notes, and write them onto bricks. Merrick Garland stated it was very difficult to find these individuals because they mostly operated at night. Oh man, wow, foiled again. The garlic might as well be the Garlic Justice Department. The Garland Justice Department, though. Man, they just can't figure out how to get around that pesky problem of night. When there's no lights. It'd be awesome if there's some kind of technology where you could have vision in the night vision, something like that. I don't know. And it could be equipped on the camera because we already have the cameras, but in the dark, it's hard for them to pick everything up too. They can't always see very well, and I mean, I guess maybe the people on January 6th that were hiding out in the dark and things at night and wherever, maybe they had some kind of big, maybe they had devil horns, or maybe they had a tail, or maybe they had, who knows? They had something they're easily given away, and they could be identified even at night because they're glowing flame red from all the evil emanating from them for daring to walk through the Capitol building on January 6th and daring to pray for the officers who were allowing them into the nation's house for the legislative body that decides the laws and writes the bills that govern our country. Those people are so evil that they can easily be identified even at night, but not these crafty criminals. No. I remember this video of this fat ass dude who was throwing a brick. I don't remember. I think it was I think it may have been just at a convenience store or some kind of retail store, but this was the best criminal I've ever seen. He looked scared to death to do this, but he had this big rock in his hand, and he was standing, looking around, and then he threw it, and it didn't even break the glass. It just left this old part where there's like the spider cracks starting to form out from the middle, and before it even really hit the glass, he was turning around, getting ready to run. As soon as he turned to start, he takes a couple steps, and he kicks the freaking parking lot concrete. He just falls flat on his ass. And then he got up and then he took off again, and he was good that time. He didn't fall, but he was moving slow. He was moving really slow. But I guarantee you, he was wearing a mask, and it was at night. Even a mastermind criminal like that would have escaped the Garland Justice Department because he made the horrible and evil decision to attack at night. Who would dare attack at night? When I was like, you got to be kidding me. Basically, every single excuse the left uses for things like this bank on the fact that their voters are absolutely fucking retarded to be able to believe any of this. If they're not, then they'd have some problems, but they're lucky, actually. They do have most of the stupid ones. So, yeah, the kind that will disown their brother because they vote Donald Trump, and then when you ask why you support him, and they say it's better than anything your side produces, and then your response is to start sobbing uncontrollably like someone just died. Well, I guess in her mind someone just did, but yeah. Anyway, this is just amazing.
List. And the Biden administration, they helped make the SPLC the standard. They consulted with the Southern Poverty Law Center. They had quarterly meetings with them. Lisa Monaco, the Deputy Attorney General, the lady who runs the Justice Department during the Biden administrations, had quarterly meetings with the Southern Poverty Law Center. They gave the SPLC first look at FBI data, and they used them to train their prosecutors. And it all paid off. It all paid off. Just ask Mark Houck what happens when you train the prosecutors. They kicked in his door at 6 in the morning.
I didn't get to finish the story. Mark Houck, the guy who was defending his kids, and he was going to turn himself in. Instead, the FBI under Merrick Garland and Christopher Wray. Now, Christopher Wray claims he didn't make the decision on this. I don't know. I find that hard to believe. But regardless, maybe he didn't. I don't really care. Whoever did is a piece of shit. But instead of letting the guy turn himself in, which he offered to do through his lawyer, he offered to come down at any time they wanted him. They didn't need to come down and make a big scene. They decided, we're going to make a big scene. We're going to show up at 6 o'clock in the morning. We're going to kick in his door. His 5 kids and wife are going to be scared to death. We're going to bring in the heavy guns. We're going to put them out front. We're going to yell at everybody to get down. We're going to take this hardened father and criminal who did nothing but stand as basically a street preacher, and we're going to throw him in the slammer as we threaten his children and his wife to, don't you dare move, don't you move. It was so absolutely despicable to do that to this guy, and the wife was had written a letter. The kids were screaming. They were scared to death. They had no idea what was going on. They didn't understand why their father was being taken from them. The wife didn't know why the father was being taken from them. They had no idea what was going on. She knew what was going on as far as like the the alleged crime, but this was a totally unnecessary use of force, and no one, of course, was punished for it. Jim Jordan's about to tell you the end of the story, which is a good end, but like honestly, this is why, once again, at least back then there was never anything done. It was never enough, and now we have situations where some lunatic citizens trying to run over ICE officers, and ICE has to use deadly force. They didn't go knocking on. If they had gone to knock on Renee Good's door and kicked her door in at the morning, and then ran into the house and yelled at her to get down, and yelled at her to freaking put her face down on the floor, and handcuffed her with their, all the full force of their absolutely necessary use to make sure they restrain this woman, and in the process, they say she moved and it looked like a threatening move. We shot her. That would be understandable compared to what's going on in the last what was going on in the last administration as far as overreaches. And then they want us to believe this bullshit that you got some broad almost hitting trying to run over an ICE agent. And then, well, he shot her in the face. Yeah, what part is showing through the windshield, dipshit? Like, what part? You think he's aiming for the face specifically because he's trying to shoot her in the face, or because that's the only part that's visible behind the steering wheel? And then, of course, there's also, Alex Preddy, the upstanding citizen who just loves attacking federal law enforcement vehicles and kicking them, and then trying to resist arrest and avoid arrest, escape arrest in general, fleeing, completely, destroying private government property. It's just like, look at what was going on from right-wing individuals in the last administration, and what they were getting, what kind of treatment they were getting. Not one person on the left ever thought about their civil liberties, and I'm sure they would say, well, because they didn't get killed. They weren't getting killed like Renee Good. Yeah, you know why? Because they complied. They complied. It was ridiculous that they were forced to comply with such a ridiculous overuse of force, but they still complied. What'd Renee Good do? Talked a bunch of shit with her lesbian wife or girlfriend, and then immediately tried to floor it and run over an ICE agent. Now, please tell me, where exactly is the line there where the injustice is that's so terrible that you can compare it to all these things that were done, in the last administration and other administrations before that, in the Obama administration? What happened with, Julian Assange, for example? Why is he still, he's going to be in prison potentially the rest of his life because he pissed off the Democrats and Hillary Clinton? It's maybe. I don't know. But, I mean, it's... and then you look at what's happening in, like, what Tommy Robinson's talking about in Britain right now, and people in this country are starting to recognize that, we don't want Muslim rape gangs in the United States. We don't want Sharia law enclaves in the United States. We don't want a bunch of people who are going to come in and attack us whenever they feel like it, and are going to coerce our daughters into getting raped by older men and attempting to convert them to their religion. And we're not going to put up with it if it comes to our shores, and we're going to be damn sure not to be unprepared, because now we know. And it's just like, it's unbelievable because of how like, at what point do you recognize that you've turned your country into a bunch of sobbing wet rag pussies that are all sitting around, I accept everyone for who they are, and I do too. I love acceptance. I love acceptance when, it's not someone trying to, murder me or beat the shit out of me or convert me by use of force to their religion or, just spitballing here, would take one of my female family members, groom them, rape them, and then traffic them in a big sex trafficking ring. That's one of the things that I would be a hard no and fuck off to, and that would be where my line would be for like you want to actually go down this path. That's like, we're talking like in this country we're talking borderline full-on civil war in that instance, but at the same time it is just incredible, and it really does inspire a huge amount of hope when you see the British people who are actually not afraid at a certain point when they get all out into the street and you see the shots from the aerial cameras that are all overseeing the event, and you see just people as far as the eye can see marching for this, and it's just like, wow. I mean, that is, and once again, this is what the government never fucking wants to acknowledge, and they never want to talk about. They don't care about this because they don't really care about diversity, because that was one of the most diverse crowds I've ever seen. I saw Muslims hugging black dudes. I saw Brits hugging people that were, who knows where, from the Middle East somewhere. Maybe they're from Afghanistan. Maybe they're from the UAE. Maybe they're from Egypt. I don't know, but there was so much complete and total unity in that, and that is the kind of unity, and that is the kind of diversity that can work. A universal set of ideals in a diverse group of people. That is the kind of diversity that would actually be a meaningful and inspiring accomplishment. But when the extent of your diversity is just bring them in if they're brown or black or some other skin color, then we need more of them. It's one of the most insulting ways to look at people. You're not looking at them for anything more than just what you see and their skin color and their overall features based on their nationality. That's it. It's so like it's the definition of superficial. That's all it is, and yet that's progressive. That's real progressivism. Well, if that's progressivism, then it's fucking stupid. But I'm sorry, I had to go off on that part because it's so sick. It's so sick. Anyway.
In front of him and his 7 kids, arrested him.
7 kids.
Of course, the jury found him not guilty. They couldn't just go talk to him, even though his lawyer said he'll meet you wherever.
2 hours.
We'll meet you at the court.
To find him not guilty.
Kick in his door, harass him in front of his wife and family. Mr. O'Neill, they had an extremist file webpage, didn't they?
Find him not guilty. I remember now.
Yes.
And they would, on this webpage, they would pick out some crazy hate guy, and they would, some bad guy, and he was like the extremist of the month. They'd highlight him, and they would say, send us money to stop so-and-so. Is that right?
Exactly.
And F42 was one of the field sources, number 42, chair of some crazy hate group. The Southern Poverty Law Center highlighted him on their webpage. He's bad, he's evil, send us money. Is that right?
Yes.
Did they tell their prospective donors they were paying this guy?
No.
They didn't tell him. Did they tell him they were paying him $140,000?
No, not to my knowledge.
So they said, let's stop the racists, even though we're paying him to be racist. That was their pitch. But they didn't tell him that, did they?
No, they did not.
Is that appropriate, Miss Wiley?
I'm sorry, which part? Sorry.
All of that. Is that appropriate to tell your donors, this is the
witness.
extremist of the month, this hateful racist guy is really bad, send us
Now listen to
money,
these answers.
but not tell those donors who you're taking their money from that we're paying this guy $140,000. Is that appropriate?
Well, we have public reporting that over a dozen donors actually said
It was a
that they
simple
spent
question.
the money
Field
as intended.
Source 42 got 140 grand from the Southern Poverty Law Center, was featured on their webpage as extremist of the year or month or whatever they call these bad guys. And they were paying him and they were gating money. Is that appropriate? Simple question.
And donors have supported it, and they keep trying to send
So
more
it is
money
appropriate.
to the Southern Poverty
No,
Law
no, no, no.
Center.
Is that technique appropriate? That's what I'm asking.
That is not unlawful to say that people have done
I didn't
X,
ask if it
Y,
was
or
lawful or
Z.
unlawful. As you said earlier in your testimony, the court's going to determine that when they go to when they go to trial. What I'm asking you, is it appropriate?
As I said, the donors have spoken. And in fact, they're trying to send more money now, and there are
Oh, I'm
financial
sure they are.
institutions refusing to send the money.
Is the Alliance Defending Freedom, is that a hate group?
I don't know. I don't do designations.
Well, they've argued 16 cases before the Supreme Court, won 16 cases before the Supreme Court. They stand for traditional values. Southern Poverty Law Center labeled them a hate group. Are they a hate group?
I don't know them, and I don't work on the
Well,
designations.
here's one thing.
I'm here to talk
let
about
me
the
ask you
impact
this.
on
Is
civil
Jane's
rights.
Revenge, is that a hate group? Because the ADF, they didn't firebomb anybody, but Jane's Revenge did. ADF is labeled a hate group. Jane's Revenge isn't. I want to know how you would label.
I'm not here as a person who designates groups. I'm here to talk about the impact on civil rights.
Of course.
Mr. O'Neill, you think
They
any of these
love
field
that.
sources were
They
double
love
dipping? I mean, during the Biden, Ray, Garland administration, the Justice Department paid a bunch of confidential human sources, a bunch of them. We know a bunch of them were at the Capitol on January 6th. 4 went in the Capitol. And I'm just wondering if the same entity, the Justice Department under President Biden, paying these confidential human sources, who was working with the Southern Poverty Law Center, having quarterly meetings with them, consulting with them, giving them FBI data before anyone else could see it, having them train their prosecutors. I'm just wondering, do you think it was out of the realm of possibility that the Justice Department was paying the same sources the SPLC was paying?
I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. I have no information or knowledge that they were double dipping. I would say that Stephen J. Ross, who is author of The Secret War Against Hate, which is about the history of informants that Jewish groups had placed in some of these violent groups back, decades and decades before the SPLC ever existed. He said that neither the ADL nor the American Jewish Committee nor the Anti-Nazi League did anything like highlighting informants online as in extremist profiles while also funding them.
Yeah. Last question, I'll come to you, Mr. Perkins. In your opening statement, you talked about how it was just worse than the SPLC because how they've put themselves out there or become the standard of help from the government, I think, in becoming the source of the standard on evaluating and determining what groups are hate groups, what groups aren't. But it's bigger and broader. It has things. But I think the real thing here is how closely they worked with the government to carry out what they were trying to do. And the reason the Biden administration embraced them, I think, so fully was politics, simple politics.
Absolutely.
You agree?
Well, there are members of this committee that were endorsed by SPLC. They had a C4 was involved in elections, so they were not just an umpire. They were a player on the field as well. So how can they be objective in determining who is a purveyor of hate and who is not? I mean, they had a stake in this. But to your point about their engagement with government, it goes much further than the federal government and the FBI and the Department of Justice and the Department of Defense, which their material was in briefing to the members of the military. But they also continue to have their Learning for Justice, which is about 500,000 educators across America, and bulletins to local law enforcement. And I happen to know because the agency I was with, the sheriff called me and said, "Hey, we got a bulletin that says you're a part of a hate group."
Yep.
And he was laughing.
Yep.
But that is the reach that they've had. This is the hub. They're the hub, but they're spokes that go out and.
No, I think that's an appropriate metaphor.
So that's just a little introduction to what is being discovered, because as we've as this administration has gone on, and this is what really kind of frustrates me, is that the first Trump administration was in no way filled with a lot of things that were planned. There's a lot of things that came up that were totally unplanned, that they came up when they came up just because it was an idea that seemed like it would be beneficial, and went for it, and that was the way it went. The idea of, for example, it wasn't like it was mentioned, but I don't think anyone would have guessed that by the end of the Trump administration, the first one, there would have been the potential and quite honestly, there would have been a reality that the United States would become a net exporter of natural gas and oil to states around the world. And yet we are, and for the same reason as the UK and a bunch of Germany and tons of Canada, tons of places around the world all decided, no, we're not doing that because of this delusional net zero idea, which, by the way, is one of the most ridiculous ideas concocted by modern day left-wing ideology, that somehow you're going to reduce your carbon emissions to zero for your country, which, by the way, if you don't know, that's actually a really fucking bad idea, considering that, and it's one you never hear, although, from the side that had the anti-war hippie movement that is referred to as tree huggers, the idea that they wouldn't propose a measure like we need to plant more trees, because if you're not aware, the way that trees get energy by converting carbon dioxide into oxygen, literally taking that evil carbon emission that's in the air and converting the carbon into oxygen by way of what many people refer to as breathing. I believe the process is called photosynthesis. Photosynthesis. Is that it? I think so. Anyway, regardless, maybe I sound stupid right now. I think it's photosynthesis. Either way, I mean, I remember being taught this in elementary school about how, like I said, plants breathe air and then exhale. They don't have lungs and they don't breathe and they don't exhale. But the point is that if you had more trees, you would be able to convert more CO2 back into oxygen. And if you did that, that would offset a lot of the problems. But here's the other thing, is that if you are going to go net zero and remove a bunch of carbon from the atmosphere, which, by the way, there's not nearly as much carbon in the atmosphere. It's not a huge part of the atmosphere of the not United States, of the Earth, but it's still a significant one because of how many plants actually have to survive with by carbon. Now, if there was a sudden shortage of carbon, there would be a lot less greenery. So there'd be, and who knows what that would do to, like insect populations, to wildlife, all kinds of different fauna and flora for that matter. But the point is that it's not, thinking these things through is not one of the Democrats' strong points. It's messaging that they're always focused on, which is why, electric vehicles and windmills and solar panels were this gigantic. There are just some reports. I don't think I saved this one, but maybe I did. But I don't think we're going to get to it. But there were these reports that came out about how many people in the country lived in an area where the administration had been forcing people to convert some of their in-home appliances to less energy-consuming ones that worked like crap and that didn't do the job they're supposed to do. And, I think we're talking about everything from heating and air conditioning to dishwashers, to all kinds of shit like that. And then there was the infamous, of course, no more gas stoves, which if you ever had food cooked on a gas stove, like, I don't know, breakfast, it's pretty damn good. And electric stoves don't really do nearly as good of a job as a gas stove. It's just the wild, ridiculous mentality. Like, once again, cow farts have carbon dioxide in them. Well, I hate to break it to you, humans breathing has carbon in it. Is that something we need to start outlawing too? Or do we need to start all breathing into certain, inhale and then everybody starts to just exhale into jars and keep them? And, what are we supposed to do here to get to net zero? Because we're talking about net zero here. The delusion of the left in pushing these things, not to mention my biggest and most the one that hits me close to home being in a state that, I mean, I grew up going to the ocean all my life, and I've always been obviously somebody who loves just being able to go to a park and sitting beside the ocean. It's amazing. But the idea that that these people were promoting a type of energy that, once again, cliche like crazy. Save the whales! Save the whales! It was a call for the left for I don't know how many years. Now it's like, fuck the whales because we need offshore wind turbines to get rid of those damn carbon emissions. Yeah, okay, let's torture and slowly kill off all of the whales in the ocean that come anywhere near these stupid things. Because if you've ever, there's a great documentary, and I can't remember the name of it, but they were taking a deeper look into why there are all these conditions coming from offshore wind turbines and stories about whales that were getting beached and other sea life that was being really seriously adversely affected. And they got their answer when they had a mic that was tuned to high sensitivity settings, and I think that was when they actually were they're trying to get it to be as close as possible to what a whale would be experiencing, but they didn't even have to come anywhere. They couldn't even come anywhere close to that because the host of the show was listening to it in as close as they could get it, and after one thud, meaning one pass on that thing, the thud was so loud she immediately had to throw the headphones off. And that's because the whales are literally having their eardrums blown out, and because they usually move around with a lot of detection based on echolocation, and just like dolphins also have the same thing, although I don't know if dolphins were fast enough or or they have some sort of different characteristic in some way, shape, or form that wasn't forcing them to beach themselves as much. But in the case of the whales, there were so many whales that were washing up on shore, and when they checked, almost every single one of them had bleeding and blown out eardrums. And it's like, so you're blowing their eardrums out, confusing them, causing them to beach themselves to escape and have no idea where they're going, but to get out of the pain, they're beaching themselves. And this is your grand solution for solving the energy crisis and the threat of climate change and how it's going to destroy the planet. Instead, you're going to destroy it first, I guess. I mean, and that's why even Trump is very anti wind turbine, because even onshore, then you get the problem of how many birds they chop up. I mean, those things they have some suction when you get close enough to them, and if you're a bird flying anywhere near one of those things, you're going into the grinder, like they say on CNN when they're quoting Good Burger. I have no idea how Harry Enton became the guy who quotes the movie Good Burger when he's making his analogies about Trump and going against him when you're running in the GOP. But he's been using that joke over and over lately, and I gotta say, I'm loving every time. But anyway, this was just a setup. So now we're going to move into something a little bit more important, because this is what they are standing in defense against, is this all these claims against the Southern Poverty Law Center. Now, I want to play a couple other clips from Congress, but then there's another one I'm going to play that's directly about some, we'll just say, mistruths that have made their rounds. But the new talking point, and I can't stand this. I can't stand it. I couldn't stand it the first time. I can't stand it now. I can't believe that you have a party so brazen, so disrespectful, so dishonest, and so absolutely desperate to try and win votes by dividing the country any way they can, that they would suggest that now, not only is it pertaining to voter ID, not only is it pertaining to proof of citizenship. Not only is it promoting, is it pertaining to having election day be just a day, or at least limit it to something less than a whole freaking month, or even worse, a whole freaking season, like 3 months, to have your voting time. Because, well, some people just might not have that time. In 3 months, they wouldn't have a time to go vote. In a month, in a week, they wouldn't have time to vote. Which, by the way, there are accommodations made for people who will have, who will be overseas, people who will be out of the country, people who won't be able to have their ballot and won't be able to send it. There are accommodations that are made as long as you make those accommodations, or as long as you make those requests ahead of time, which is what you should do. And by the way, if you're helping to decide the laws and the future leaders of this country, I would hope you are, and this is the problem, I would hope that you're responsible enough to be able to do that. But unfortunately, you know, that's not at all a concern of Democrats, because they don't even want to make sure that these people are legal American citizens. And they openly are saying that much, which is so absolutely amazing that we live in a country where one of the two major political parties is offended at the idea that you would suggest that illegal immigrants aren't allowed to vote. I'm sorry, but you guys are fucking stupid. It's one thing to keep insisting on this ridiculous due process idea that you guys have, that, like, everybody who crosses the border needs to have a full jury trial to decide these things. No, they're decided in immigration court that works very different than the judicial court that people who commit crimes in the country are actually going through, because that's the way the due process for them works. They're not breaking a U.S. law inside the United States. They're breaking a U.S. law that is literally getting into the United States. And if they do have a legitimate cause to be here, they are heard out. People listen. Is there a reason that you're here beyond just a desire to be here for some reason that is either recreation or business opportunity or something like that? And if those are the only reasons, then sorry, you can't be here. The idea of asylum is to save people from people attempting to kill them based on race, ethnicity, or religion, or other immutable characteristics, and not based on the fact that your economic condition sucks. I feel bad for you if it does, and I hope that you can make some kind of success and turn it around, but we can't accept you into our country because of that. That's not a reason that we can use to provide asylum, meaning protection. We're protecting you from the bad economy of your home country. That's not what it means. That's not what asylum is for. But anyway, but to actually be stating that if you disagree that illegal immigrants from countries not of the one they're living in right now, that they snuck into, or they came into and illegally cut in line and said F you to everybody behind them, then, you know, maybe you're not the best choice for an American citizen. Sorry. But in the Democrats' mind, how dare you, racist? You just want them to leave because they're not white. No, I don't care if they're white and they broke into the country. I want them out. And that's the other thing. They don't care if you are even condemning white people for breaking in the country. They want those illegals too. So anyway, they don't want them as much, of course, because they don't have as high of a rate of Democrat Party affiliation. But the funny thing is, it seems like Hispanics are starting to recognize that fact too, because they come from much more traditional, much more religious backgrounds than, let's face it, a lot of white people in the United States do. So they're recognizing, wait, they're allowing us in because they want us to vote for their party who hates our religion and wants us all to be experiencing sex change operations and letting our children get married in gay relationships. Like there's like, this isn't the country I heard was such a paradise. Like, and not to make light of the ideas, but I'm just saying that, like, there's nothing that seems so at odds with the ideals of the Democrat Party than someone with a traditional worldview based on their religious faith. Because Democrats hate religion, and they absolutely hate ideology that is based on anything other than the science, which, by the way, they misrepresent all the time because they don't know anything about the science. They don't know anything about any science. But so to move on to the issue, as my last title suggested, I didn't want to use the same title for this episode because this is really where the episode starts to kind of take off from here. They've wheeled out the old Jim Crow 2.0 line again, which it was cringy and stupid the first time. It's cringy and stupid even more so this time because, quite honestly, this is in response to mostly the redistricting effort. Now, just briefly, I'll touch on this because I've talked about this already, but kind of I'll mention the most recent events. Virginia's redistricting, that didn't work. Tennessee voted to redistrict. That did work, and it looks like they're going to end up with a little bit more Republican representation in Tennessee. Florida has said they're going to redistrict, and they're going to probably end up with more Republican representatives, and a handful of other states. But in their fury and belligerent rage, they have kind of tipped their hand and started saying a lot of things that make them, that kind of expose them and kind of recognize them, help make it easy to recognize that these are, if anyone around here is a racist sack of garbage, it's the people who are making the arguments that black people aren't they don't know how to use computers. Black people are black people are not literate. They can't write English very well. And I'm sitting there going, oh my God, how the fuck do you get away with saying this shit? It's like you're using, people have called this kind of idea, the soft bigotry of low expectations, but in this case, it's hard bigotry of low expectations that they are expecting they won't be able to make. I mean, it's unbelievable. And I remember this guy, he filmed this video, and it was hilarious. That he was walking around, I can't remember, it was a major city, and he was stopping all the black people that were walking by and were residents in the city. And he asked them if they knew how to get to the DMV and they could get their own ID or driver's license. And all of them looked at him like, yeah, it's right over there. Yeah, I know how to get there. Yeah. It's like they looked at him like he was crazy. Like, what are you talking about? And then he finally kind of let the real story out. I was like, well, Democrats have been saying that it's hard for black people to use the computer, and they're unfamiliar with how computers work, and they wouldn't know how to use the computer to fill out a voter registration form online. Like, what do you say to that? And then they started getting pissed. Like, they really started getting angry at what they were saying, and they almost couldn't believe it because it was so amazingly far-fetched. But it was like, you could tell they're kind of like, they're half confused and half holding back their anger because they're like, what the fuck? So they don't make these kind of arguments that are broadcast and shown to people who are not, because you've got people like Dr. Rashad Ritchie and what's that, Roly Poly Martin, and other quote unquote black influencers who are always out there just hustling away at trying to make it sound like that it's Democrats who are out there putting their necks on the line for black people, and a lot of kids, like, he freaking went berserk just talking about the potential for the Supreme Court to finally end the whole idea of districting around areas based on racial demographics, and the whole argument against it was obviously that these laws were written when black representation was being threatened by the concept of areas that would purposely exclude those districts, or purposely, or not districts, those groups of people within districts, so that only the votes of the white people in those districts would count, and yada yada. And yet, they weren't really able to do anything about it unless they really addressed this directly. So, this is when, like, during the civil rights movement, this idea was originally adopted, that if there is a district of people that is a minority majority district, you cannot racially disenfranchise, or what's the word? Like, you can't preemptively block a district that is predominantly black from having their vote counted. That was the point. At this point in time, it's kind of irrelevant. Not only are all the demographics, very different in each area, and not only is it that, there are, of course, districts that are majority black and majority white and majority everything. There's districts that are majority one thing or another of all kinds in the United States. But when you're talking about drawing congressional lines for who is going to represent the district, that's a political question. It's not a racial one. So, so they're making the people who were proposing this change were making the point that the time period for which we live in now does not necessitate the need to create special districts for only black people to be segregated into, so that they will have proper representatives that represent their particular values in Washington. Makes perfect sense, considering, and especially when you look at the changes in black vote as of the last couple election cycles, where a lot more disillusioned black people are starting to change party affiliation, and ultimately the pandering is getting to be so off the rails and so completely unhinged and ridiculous that it no longer makes any kind of sense whatsoever. And personally, I think that the only thing you could do if you want to ensure a more fair election with this question in mind is to say that districts need to be drawn around areas based on political affiliation and not racial affiliation. That's the key. The problem is the Democrats were looking at the districts, and anytime they would see a blue district, they would automatically assume, well, that's a district that is going to be a black district. And they're really desperately trying to muddy the waters in the situation to make it seem like black, blue, that's the same thing. Red, white, that means it's a non-minority district, obviously, because it's a red district. So, and it's totally bullshit. It totally undermines the idea for why it was originally passed in the first place. And more importantly, and probably my biggest issue here, is that, once again, it's another example of the modern Democrat Party showing their old stripes again and encouraging segregation. Literally encouraging racial segregation based on the idea that it's going to help them politically, both in pandering to black voters and in the fact that you're going to gerrymander districts in ways that are completely and totally not fair in any way, except for when you look at it from a lens of, if these people are living in an oppressed state where they're second-class citizens and their votes aren't being counted, this would be a much more reasonable solution to that problem. But we don't have that problem anymore, and everybody that's screaming, yes, we do, racist, is most likely, more likely than not at least, somebody who is a Democrat paid activist who is running around and has no shame at all whatsoever in saying these things because they're probably getting paid anyway. And any of the true believers that are actually out there, they are not motivated because of a sense of understanding the situation intellectually. They are being won over by the emotional propaganda that's being hurled at them by Democrat leaders across the country who are trying to suggest that somehow their votes are going to no longer count anymore because it's going to be Jim Crow 2.0. And I'm so fucking tired of hearing this analogy because, Jim Crow in the South, brutal time period, and absolutely a very nasty stain on American history. It does come out of the Reconstruction era after the Civil War and after all events surrounding it, but it does ironically come at a time when black people were beginning to pull themselves out of the lower rungs in society and starting to be very successful in this time period when we saw in sports in particular names like Jackie Robinson, Muhammad Ali, etc. They were starting to break away from the rest of the pack and really being able to shine and perform exceptionally well. And no one would question that because on a sport level, it's something that's easy and obvious after you observe it, who is the dominant one in a competition like that. Unfortunately, in other situations, it's not so obvious, and you have to look at the actual results and data that have come up from a study based on what actually happened in this situation. But regardless of that, I mean demographics and history that looks at it shows that at the time, the black family was very strong. There weren't a ton of out of wedlock divorces. There were 2-parent households for children, and in far more cases, they were beginning to catch up to white America in terms of family structures and in terms of their earnings when it came to job growth. Then the civil rights movement came along, and this is why when you hear people on the right that have argued for another lens to see the civil rights movement, it's not to say that the goal may not have been a benevolent one from the people in particular. Unfortunately, the people that were in politics at the time, their goal wasn't nearly as benevolent as that from the people who voted for it, both black, white, or any other race, because they were just seeing it as an injustice that they could do something about, and that's admirable. But no one has ever told them, in some cases, how nefarious this was, and I've mentioned this quote before, and I'm sorry if I'm not going to say it exactly how it was said, but I'm still going to say it with some force behind it, because I think this is the kind of quote that is one that people need to understand and see the callousness in the way that it was said to really understand what it is we're talking about. LBJ, who was one of the most praised figures for having the administration that first really passed the civil rights, some of the first civil rights laws in the country. He's also quoted as having saying, as it comes to social safety net programs, welfare, food stamps, etc., that, and I quote, "We're going to have these N-word megas, Negroes voting Democrat for the next 50 years." He literally had a word, a slang word, slanderous word, and a word basically stating that this is going to be so successful at manipulating black people to vote for us, they're going to vote for us for decades. And that's where I look at it and I'm like, this is disgusting. This is absolutely disgusting, and I don't know how or why anyone would look at this and actually think that they had the interests of a minority at heart when they made these decisions. But unfortunately, that's the reality, and that's pretty much what the civil rights movement kind of had had led to in some of the more egregious acts of their time, and even towards the end of his life. And I heard this recently. Martin Luther King. I have a lot of respect for Martin Luther King, though I do understand when people talk about the end of his life. But I have another take on it now after hearing some things from the very, very close to near end of his life. Like one of the last few statements he made to some of his closest friends, like he had a lot of regret, and he seemed to, and this is why I think maybe he did kind of spiral into a little bit of maybe a depression or something, because he was kind of seeing the beginnings of the Black American demographic starting to slip into a state of losing their sense of strong work ethic and losing their sense of raising the family in their own values, and things like that. And I think in a way he was a little concerned that he had helped to usher in a different kind of belief than the one he had intended to bring in when he had advocated so hard for civil rights for Black people. I don't blame him for feeling that way, and I don't blame him for self-reflection, but I would hardly pin it on him, because no matter who you were, you would have been doomed from the start if there were people out there trying to manipulate you and you had no clue the entire time you were doing it. And it only became apparent to you, or even became a thought you had, until near the end. That's not your fault. That's the fault of the people who are Machiavellian, narcissistic scumbags who would use anyone that they needed to use to keep them in power. And that categorizes the Democrat Party for their entire existence. They were the party of slavery. They were the party of the KKK. They were the party of Jim Crow. They were the party of, every single act done that was Bull Connor, every act that was done that was meant to suppress and to view the Black Americans as less than their white counterparts. The Republican Party, their first president was Abraham Lincoln, and he famously was the one who was courageous enough to begin a war, not begin a war, but to declare war for the primary reason of ending slavery in the United States. Now, the idea is absolutely admirable, and yet you have people today who are so overcome with hatred towards everything, including the beginnings of the country, that they will literally rip down statues of Martin Luther King in lieu of statues of George Floyd, a guy who abused fentanyl and tried to fight cops and bullied shop owners because he knew he was handing out fake $20 bills, and he didn't care because he was bigger than they were. Now, he in no way deserved to die, but unfortunately, you go around using physical means to assert your authority over people because you can, and you have a strong drug habit that is causing you to, kind of become pretty scummy in the way that you treat people and in the way of finances. And it's such a serious issue that rather than be caught with the drug and potentially face jail or rehab, you would rather risk swallowing a bunch of fentanyl tablets and hope that it doesn't kill you if you should happen to overdose. Which, by the way, I'm sorry, he exactly did. But it couldn't possibly be that. And that Darren Wilson guy, he looks like he's kind of crude and a little prudy and a little bit of a hard ass. We'll just throw him under the bus. That's better. Yeah, that's better. That's way better. And of course, George Floyd's drug dealer, who was in the car originally when he was pulled over, he ran away from the scene and refused to testify in court, pleading the Fifth Amendment. So, man, what a great friend he was, right? But to tear down a statue of Martin Luther King in lieu of raising a bunch of statues up of George Floyd is a great representation of where the civil rights movement ended up bringing us. And now you have these same Democrats who were supporting that saying, no, hell no, this is going to be Jim Crow 2.0, which was our idea originally, by the way. Jim Crow, that was us, that was segregation, that was the way we wanted it to be, that's where we wanted it to be again. Jim Crow 2.0, that's what it's going to be. It's so pathetic and disgusting and reprehensible, and yet they have no problem saying it. And this, once again, I thought it was kind of funny. Maybe this does make Jim Crow look like Jim Eagle, which nobody understands at all anymore. But the point is that we're in a real serious situation here where the history that we thought we knew, or at least the collective we all thought we knew, is starting to come to a head against a history that is the reality. And there's a lot of facets to it. I'm gonna try to go through as many of them as I can. We're gonna start with this because I figured that we'll kind of continue with modern stuff, but I do have a very important couple of clips that I'm going to play that are going to be a little bit more historical, and I really think these are super important because you have to know what happened and what has originated and from where. And if you're not attacking the right target, you're going to fail in whatever it is you're trying to have accomplished. So, with that in mind, first off, we are going to look at let's see, this one. This is now listen to what Hakeem Jeffries, Discount Obama, has to say about this idea here to promote young and very promising black athletes by request of the NAACP to no longer compete in protest of the evil Jim Crow 2.0 presentation and taking away black voices in the electorate. Just watch this segment and try not to get sick to your stomach because Discount Obama is going to make a hell of a lot of claims that are just absolute horseshit.
Woo, Obama!
That's right. Let's see. Let's do this. So here we go. Here's your next speaker. If we're not careful, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my Lord! Here's the real defender of civil rights. What was that? Here it is.
The NAACP and several top Democrat leaders are calling for black student athletes and fans to boycott college sports programs in the South. This in response to red state redistricting.
Ridiculous. Griff Jenkins joins us live from Washington with the details. Good morning, Griff.
Yeah, good morning, fellas. Hey, so much for sports transcending politics because the Congressional Black Caucus and the NAACP are now urging black college athletes to boycott state schools in southern states. Take a look here. You can see in the list, it's particularly SEC programs, and they're doing it over GOP-led gerrymandering of congressional maps following that Supreme Court ruling on the Voting Rights Act, with the House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries leading the charge.
In the absence of fairness as it relates to black political representation, there should be no athletic participation as it relates to institutions that are housed in states that are experiencing a dramatic return to racially oppressive Jim Crow-like tactics.
The NAACP.
Now let me just quickly interject and ask this. If black people are still able to vote, if their vote still counts just as much as anybody else's, and they aren't having to change anything that they have had to do before to vote, how is this suppressing anything, you stupid son of a bitch? How is this oppressive Jim Crow-like voting oppression? How? In what fucking way? Oh, I know. In the way that it doesn't fit you, you narcissistic piece of shit. My God. Anyway, Go ahead.
CP issuing a statement saying the NAACP will not watch the same institutions that depend on black athletic prowess to fill their stadiums and their bank accounts remain silent while their states strip black communities of their voices. Now, this so-called out-of-bounds campaign targets athletic programs that generate over $100 million annually, and it's pushing athletes to delay commitments and coaches and athletic directors to take a public stance.
Mind you, no African American voter, no black voter in this country has lost any political power whatsoever. What's going on with redistricting, what happened with the Voting Rights Act ruling in the Supreme Court, it did not take away the voting power of anybody in this country, white, black, or otherwise. And what you're seeing out of the NAACP in this rage from Democrats is it has nothing to do with black voting power. It has nothing to do with black representation. It has everything to do with Democrat voting power and Democrat representation. So what they're doing now is they're asking these athletes, these gifted African American athletes who go to these big schools and make millions of dollars doing it now with the NIL, they're asking them to stop doing that. Somehow, Hakeem Jeffries and the NAACP have contorted themselves into believing that we need to resegregate the South. That's effectively what they're calling.
Now, just imagine for a second that you are a black young adult who's just gotten into college. You're on a scholarship for some athletic sport, and things are looking good for you. You're really looking like you're going to be able to have some kind of really successful career in sports. And along comes these fart huffing, smug as fuck Democrat politicians and an agency that supposedly is out there to look after black athletes, coming out and saying, no, don't care about your dreams anymore. You're losing your voting power somehow. We can't tell you exactly how, but you are. So stop playing sports until they give Hakeem Jeffries and the Democrats in the legislative branch what they want. A win in the midterms this year because they really want to stick it to Donald Trump. I really, really, really hope that both the black athletes and their families see through this bullshit and see it for what it is, because this is despicable. This is absolutely disgusting. We want to destroy the potential future job opportunities and black Americans from potentially achieving their dream, and do it just because, you know, we might not make might not be able to make majority in the House this year. And this is the party of the defenders of minorities, everybody. That's what they're doing. That's what this clearly is. They're really, I mean, if you see this, you have to see nothing but benevolence and caring for the minorities among us. It's literally just, it is so fucking disgusting. It's so fucking disgusting to do this. And it's just yet another example, because Scott is absolutely right. Scott is absolutely right. Who is calling for segregation again here? The vote from the Supreme Court, the decision from the Supreme Court was to argue that the time in which people are no longer are not allowed to cast their vote or participate in constitutionally protected rights that are basically granted to every U.S. citizen. Their right to do that is pretty much not contested anywhere anymore. Nobody stops black people at the polls and says, "Oh no, you can't vote, sir." Why not? Well, you see, you are not Caucasian. This is a Caucasian-only voting booth. That doesn't happen. It's not an issue, as it sure as hell is not an issue like it was during Jim Crow. Yet that's the suggestion you want to make, that a decision where we're drawing districts that don't that don't rely on the racial makeup of the district in order to decide where the lines are is the same as not allowing black people to vote at all. Why? Because they won't vote for Democrats. Which, by the way, you want to see who it is that is representing people in Congress when they're from a district that, by the way, usually is voting Republican? You want to see who the Republicans are in the office that they are bashing and treating like shit? This is one of the best parts. And one of the best congressmen I love watching. Honestly, this guy is one of the most entertaining and intelligent and quick-witted and best at demonstrating things with not just words, but with a real sort of a real piercing sort of emotional statement, not emotional statement, but a statement that is an appeal to morality, I think, more than anything. It's always awesome to hear. So, ladies and gentlemen, Wesley Hunt.
And that is precisely why it is so offensive to compare that era of legalized discrimination and racial terror to showing a photo ID in a voting booth. And it's just as offensive when groups and organizations like these manufacture faux hate and racial tension. Requiring identification to vote is not oppression. It is not segregation. It is not racism. It is a basic standard that applies equally to every single American citizen, regardless of what you look like. You need an ID to board a plane. You need an ID to cash a check. You need an ID to buy alcohol. You need an ID to enter these very federal buildings. And by the way, attaining an ID in this country is an extremely low bar. But somehow showing an ID to vote in America is now considered to be Jim Crow 2.0. This is not about civil rights. This is about political theater. And the Democrat Party survives on manufacturing grievance. Democrats invoke the pain of the past because they have nothing to offer for the present. They don't want an honest debate. They want emotional manipulation. They want outrage. They want division, as evidenced by our discussion in this very hearing today. They want Americans to fight each other because chaos is politically useful to them. Words like racism and white supremacy and Jim Crow 2.0. For the purposes of elucidating my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, let's take a hard look at what real Jim Crow was.
This is really good.
Check out this one behind me. You see, this is Jim Crow. This is what Democrats call Jim Crow. Next slide, please. See, that is Jim Crow. For whatever reason, this is what Democrats call Jim Crow. Next slide, please. That is Jim Crow. This is what Democrats call Jim Crow.
I love it. I love it.
I know that some of these images can seem to be very jarring to many of us that haven't experienced that over the course of the past 40 years of my lifetime. I never saw these things. I never experienced them personally, but I have family members who have and who did. And that's why it is extraordinarily important for us to be very, very careful with what we compare to Jim Crow, because this country has come a very, very long way. I keep saying this over and over and over and over again till I am blue in the face. I represent a white majority district along with 3 of my other black colleagues here in Congress. And you know what? Nobody cares about what we look like. We are being judged not by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character, because we've come a long way from this.
Bingo.
I don't want to go back to that. In fact, I want to continue on the path that America has set forward in the name of Jesus Christ. And I want to let people know that we don't need to be angry. We don't need to be divided. We want equality for everyone. Let me be crystal clear. This is not 1960 anymore. It's 2026. And the fact that groups like these are willing to stoke the flames of hate by funding the KKK is absurd. With that, I yield back the remainder of my time. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now, and just as a bonus, let's hear the white ladies. Let's hear what the white lady has to say about all this. Now, bear in mind, I only put in as much as I could stomach, but you'll get it when we get to the end of this. It's enough.
As we heard earlier, in July 1983, the Ku Klux Klan firebombed the Southern Poverty Law Center's offices in Montgomery, Alabama. The Klan carried out its violent attack because the SPLC had stood up against it and has continued to stand up against hate in the following decades, whether it's racial and religious hate, hatred of immigrants, or the LGBTQ community.
I have to say I'm sorry real quick, but no, not in religious cases, because you know why? They couldn't fucking care less if you're a Christian. And now they're starting to really, adopt the mindset en masse that we really don't give a shit if you're Jewish either. Because you're probably using that dirty AIPAC money for... But let's go ahead, keep your bullshit going. These appeal to emotions, they're real work. They're working great.
This melted clock, which was frozen in time by the KKK firebombing, still hangs in SPLC's headquarters as a reminder.
No, hang on just a second. I didn't even plan on interjecting here, but Wesley Hunt shows pictures of Jim Crow compared to modern-day America and shows the stark contrast between the two. Her picture is of a burnt clock. A burnt clock from a building attacked by the KKK and who knows, whenever she said it was. Notice the firebombing of that is terrible. Firebombing crisis pregnancy center, we don't need to look into that, but these people, these fucking people, man, it's sick. I don't know what to say. Go ahead. This is painful. This is more painful than I remember.
Of the very real dangers of defending American civil liberties from hate. So how grotesque is it, given that history, that the majority has chosen to frame this hearing as an accusation that the Southern Poverty Law Center itself is in the business of manufacturing hate? But with the increasing shamelessness of the Trump administration and its congressional allies, none of us should be surprised that they are desperately trying to manufacture a reason to attack one of the organizations standing up to their assault on American civil rights.
Oh, that's why. That's why it's happening, because of Trump. Not because the SPLC is fucking funding and handing out money to white supremacist groups like the dreaded fucking KKK you keep banging on about. That's not why. No, it's because Trump needs a new villain in his story to draw attention away from how terrible the Republicans are. Fucking grow up. Holy shit. I'm in a short circuit. And when you watch these side by side, remember, it's Wesley Hunt who's in the Republican Party. And it's this crazy broad who's sitting here going on and on about this clock that was in the building that was firebombed by the KKK that is supposedly for the rights of black Americans to vote. Well, they can still vote, but it won't be counted. Well, yeah, it will be counted. Well, it won't go to black. Where is this idea coming from that it's going to be a black individual? Because your little colleague and buddy over there, Steve Cohen. I don't know if he's in this hearing or not, but the annoying guy who has thick glasses and constantly is viciously attacking. The other day, you know what I heard, I forgot about, I forgot. He viciously went after Robert Hur, who wrote his report about how Joe Biden's memory was not so great. and Steve Cohen decided he was going to chastise Robert Hur for his absolutely ridiculous report that Biden would be mentally compromised. Yeah, looking after black people indeed. Man, what warriors for the people. So I had this is a long one, but I have to at least close. I don't want to take too much time because I had so much, but I'm gonna have to close with the next one. I think this is a good one to close with too, because or is there might be a shorter one I can play first because there's so many. This has been one of the most amazingly despicable times in the country I've ever seen. It's been some of the most horrible and grotesque comparisons, and some of the most really absolutely just like completely unhinged and absolutely disrespectful, dishonorable, and dangerous. Disrespectful, dishonorable, dangerous. DDD. Accusations and claims that have been thrown around just like in every setting by these pieces of shit, because once again they went into this and the reason they're doing this, the big reason, the number one reason, is because once again Texas decided, because they couldn't redistrict before and because they've had to deal with unfettered illegal immigration through their state, in large part mostly through their state, not all, but California definitely rivals them, but they had to deal with illegals pouring through their state for 4 straight years. And yeah, it would probably be a good idea to get a feel for the demographics of your state and redistrict accordingly. I can't say that's the same for every state in the fucking country, because they weren't experiencing the unique circumstances of a border state, and particularly one as large as Texas. But the response from Democrats, oh, you're gerrymandering the state to get more wins for Republicans. Well, we're gonna fight you back. We're gonna redistrict every blue state. And then they come around, they try to redistrict, and then some of them can't. Some of them try and fail. Some of them, like California, succeed, although, we're already gerrymandered to hell already, so there's not much damage being done. Meanwhile, Republicans finally decide, you know what, let's grow some balls and actually take some action, and they finally follow through to the point that it's projected now that they could take up to a 14-seat swing into their party if things follow on the trajectory that they're headed on now. Now, there's no telling what's going to happen, although I've been saying it for a long time. We absolutely, like I said before, you saw Speaker Jeffries in making, talking in his little speech there, a guy, like I've said many times, somebody who is probably one of the most unremarkable, untalented, unrecognizable individuals I've ever seen in my life. There's nothing whatsoever you look at the guy, there's nothing about him that I see that screams, this guy is headed far in his political career, this guy has a real talent for this. No, I don't see any of it. What I see is someone who's really good at taking orders from the people who are really in charge of the party. I don't see any leadership qualities whatsoever, which is exactly what the Democrat elite actually want. But these guys have the nerve to go up here and talk about this like this is what they're doing for the minorities in this country. It is just mind-blowing that this is what's happening, and it very well may be due to their hysteria and their absolute uncontrollable spats of long-winded, unhinged rants they tend to give. But yeah, they're not looking nearly as good as they were. As a matter of fact, these types of things are kind of making them look, well, look like they really are. Look like hack assholes and completely unashamed bullshit artists that have an agenda that they want to get through, and that's really what motivates basically everything they have to say. They're not interested in facts. They're not interested in reality. They're not interested in accurate votes. They're interested in Democrat votes and how to get the most of them. So none of this shit has to do with what benefits black people, what benefits any minority, what benefits America. This has to do entirely and totally with what benefits the Democrat Party, and it always has. And as long as lunatics like this are the ones that fill the ranks of the Democratic Party, it always will be. But as a sort of send-off, I think we have. I really want to make sure we play. I don't want to forget what I'm going to make sure to play at the end. But was there anything else in particular that was? Yeah, no, I think we can use this one. Now, at some point soon, I'm gonna do another follow up to this. It won't be the next episode. I think we'll take a break from this because there's a lot of stuff going on these days. I had to do this one because of everything that's been going on, and it was really important to me that I get this out now. And I hope that this was kind of beneficial in some way to you guys, or at least has kind of been a interesting or somewhat entertaining refresher course. But I'm going to close with this. This is a speech given at a college sponsored by Young America's Foundation. And the speaker's name is, let me see, Vince Ellison. And he's a black American. And I really found his speech really, really, really inspiring. This is a guy who doesn't pull any punches. This is a guy who doesn't mince words, and this is a guy who has when you hear his history and his family history and the things he's been through in his life today, this should end things on an inspiring note. I think a pretty damn, at the very least, a high note. So. Really quick, I'm going to start the clip. I'm going to go really, really quick, run and grab a drink as I start this clip, but I'll just be a second. So I'll start the clip, and I will be back in about 20 seconds as soon as I grab that bottle of mineral water. So I will be right back. So let's go on with the clip of, once again, Vince Ellison.
You know, our 16th president, Abraham Lincoln, he was a country lawyer. He's talking to the jury, and he asked him a question. He said, if you had a dog and you counted his tail as a leg, how many legs would the dog have? The jury said, 5. He said, no. Still be 4, because the tail is still a tail. Because you call it a leg doesn't make it a leg. It is still a tail. This is kind of what we're talking about here tonight. Just because you call something something doesn't mean that that's what it is. We've gone into a level of abject insanity here in America, and it's got to be dealt with. Man, I was walking through the city today, just enjoying the weather and enjoying the people, and I saw this mural on the side of the parking garage. It caught my attention.
Not bad, right?
And it said, weaponize your privilege to save black bodies. And then got a black man on it, looked like he did. And I was seeing some of the students, and I was saying, hey, what is that about? And a lot of them didn't know. And then one young lady said, I think it came from the Black Lives Matter protests and things that were going on here. And I said, weaponize your privilege. So who are they talking to? And she said, well, I think they're talking to white people. And I said, they're saying they have some type of privilege over me to save black bodies? I mean, what are they saying? And it dawned on me. I said, the left has a God complex.
Mm-hmm.
Black people think that they're inferior, and white liberals think that they're God. And black people are praying to white liberals to save their lives. Weaponize your privilege to save black bodies. But when the black community goes to the left and they ask them, can you feed me? Can you clothe me? Can you educate my children? Can you make me like you? Can you make me equal to you? They say, yes, we can do it if you just give us your soul. And for 50, 60 years, we've fallen for that lie. And we're at the bottom of every socioeconomic statistic in the United States of America. Look at where they rule. Everywhere they rule. Detroit, Chicago, New York, Philadelphia, Memphis, everywhere they rule. Murder, mayhem, death, destruction, worse schools. They control every whorehouse, every crack house, every failing school. Haven't you done enough to my people? Haven't you killed enough of them?
No, not.
Haven't you put enough of them in prison, destroyed enough of their families? I hold you in utter contempt. And then you have the nerve to say you want to expand it. You have no shame.
See what I mean about this guy?
We want to talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion tonight, right? We're dealing with people, y'all, who, at this present time, do not believe in science. Our Declaration of Independence say that we hold these truths to be self-evident. What is self-evident? That means that I shouldn't have to explain this to you. That's what self-evident means. There are some truths that are self-evident. That's a tree. No, it's not. Man, I ain't even gonna argue with you about that. If you don't have enough sense to know that's a tree, you know. That's the sun. No, it's not. Dude, that's the sun. No, it's not. No, I mean, Thomas Jefferson said some truths are self-evident. That all men are created equal. I shouldn't have to argue with you about this, okay? Oh, no. Not with the left. No, 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 no. You can tell them the science says a woman has excess chromosome, man has XY. No, they don't. And you just look. It's fluid. Gender is fluid. So I can tell you today that I'm a woman, right? Yeah. And I can go to a woman's bathroom. Yes, you can. And then tomorrow I can tell you I'm a man. Yeah. See, it's insanity. And what we've done, we have become too politically correct to call it exactly what it is. We want to engage them in some type of intelligent conversation. Instead of saying, look, man, you need help. You need, you need to go to a psychiatrist. We need to put you in an institution. Something is wrong with you.
Real quick, I don't mean to interrupt him, but I just have to point this out because this is something I've been seeing on the rise more and more lately in these types of debates when it comes to this topic. And I can't stand it when I hear it because it's like, I wonder what it is that makes you care so much about this. And you always hear somebody who's conservative come in and say, I don't know, maybe it's because you want men to come into my little girl's bathroom and take a dump next to her. Maybe that's why. Maybe because you want my young daughter to be able to go into a bathroom and to have a fully grown man go in there and pull his dick out to take a piss next to my young daughter. I don't exactly enjoy the thought of that. And I don't really understand why that is necessary and how you can claim that that man's life is somehow at risk of being discriminated so terribly that he would take his own life. The only one I see at risk there is my child. And it's like, absolutely. That's why these people care so much. And it's like they can't come up with any rationale for that answer. So they go back to their same canned Do you have any compassion? Do you believe transgender people exist? Which is another dumb question. Yeah, they exist. This isn't about whether they exist or not. This isn't about whether they should exist or not. This is about how much societal how many aspects of society are we going to be forced to rethink, restructure, rebuild, and totally rework from the ground up to accommodate for a minority, and also a minority who happen to be comprised, for the most part, of a bunch of completely entitled, crazy, obnoxious, whiny, smug, arrogant, childish, that's the conversation. That's what we're having. I can't understand how anyone would, listen to that statement and not be as infuriated as a father of a young daughter, or of the older brother of a younger sister, or anything. Most people have a woman of some sort in their life, be it their mother or their sister or their cousin or whatever, that they really care about. It's really young, really vulnerable, and they don't want. Their mother obviously wouldn't be really young and really vulnerable. My point is that, maybe they're old and vulnerable. These people will attack anybody, or they'll try to take advantage of everybody. They don't care. These are very sick people, and one thing about it is that maybe they didn't start out sick, but the idea was planted in their head, and it allowed them to become very, very sick, because it allowed them to start coming to some sort of delusional idea that I can do this and it'll be fine because it'll be 100% allowed by people. It's encouraged by a bunch of people, and that's where the real problem is. It's the people that not just endorse it and attempt to promote it, but encourage people to engage in this kind of lifestyle. It's sick. It's another sick group of people. It's another sick aspect of the same ideology that is behind all of this disgusting shit. So, I'm sorry, I just had to interject that because I've been hearing that a lot lately with the debates, the tactic. I just don't understand why you care so much, because it's almost always a man who's not transgender who's on their show talking about this. It's just ridiculous. Anyway.
The inmates are running the asylum. When you engage a fool in an argument, you don't know who the fool is. You're the fool, Intelligent man can't argue with a fool. And that's what we've been doing, and I refuse to do it. So we walk around saying, why do black people need DEI? Show you how stupid it is, okay? Show you how stupid DEI is. And I say this about affirmative action also. Okay, you say the government is racist. Yeah, government is racist. And businesses are racist. Yeah, they are, and we need DEI and affirmative action. I said, so you're going to give the racist government and the racist business the ability to go into the black community and choose the people that they want to elevate. Who do you think they're going to choose, Malcolm X or Step and Fetch It? Step and Fetch It. They're going to choose the people that they want, the people that they are comfortable with. And this is why, after 50 years of affirmative action, we're still at the bottom of everything.
That's why they called Larry Elder the black face of white supremacy.
The people in the Black Caucus, bunch of Step and Fetch Its. What do? Black schools are the worst schools in the history of the world. 85% of the people are not proficient in reading or math. Mm-hmm. You can bring in school choice. No! Why don't you want school choice? Because, well, they won't tell you this, the teachers' unions give 99% of their money to these guys, and these guys then take care of the teachers' union and give them a monopoly. So, you got a war zone going on down in the ghettos. Why don't you let people arm themselves and defend themselves? No! Why? Well, man, if you arm yourself, you can't keep, what's going to happen when we want to sell the dope on the street and let the illegals in? The people defend themselves, so we can't do that. Well, the people are Christian and they're Muslim and they're Jewish. Why don't you let them pray their religion? No. You kick God out of the schools, brought the drag queens in, put the Bible out to school, brought the porn in, took discipline out to schools. Now what you got? Children cussing out the teacher, fighting, raising hell, smoking blunts.
Yep.
And when you ask them to change it, no, because that's exactly what they want. Based on that, I said before, I'll say it again, loud and proud, perpendicular on the square, that the left are nothing but a cabal of perverts, liars, psychopaths, and anti-Christian bigots.
Absolutely.
All they do is meditate on blood. The white Anglo-Saxon Protestant is their enemy. That's the common enemy that they have.
They hate the wasp, absolutely.
They've always said it. And that hodgepodge of weirdos have all come together to form a fist to take you out. And nothing's new under the sun, y'all. Governments have done this before. When they can't control their populations, when they have a part of the population they don't like, they replace them. Hey, ask Adolf Hitler about it, right? He didn't like the Jews, he just replaced them. Stalin didn't like the kulaks, he replaced them. Mao Zedong didn't like the landlords, he replaced them. See where I'm going with this now? And they always want to catch you when you're asleep because you always believe because you're such good people. No one could ever do that. That's when they get you.
That's the hard part, yeah, absolutely.
Men and women have to be sober-minded. The reason why me and my family has excelled in the United States of America is because I always see them coming. I was born on a cotton plantation in Haywood County,
really
Tennessee. My father was a sharecropper when I was born.
I love this story.
The most violent Klan faction in America was the Tennessee Klan. The Grand Wizard of the Tennessee Klan lived in my hometown, Brownsville, Tennessee. I didn't know this until I was reading David Garrow's piece in Standpoint Magazine about Martin Luther King Jr. He was talking about the FBI files and how legitimate they were, and he mentioned that, and it almost blew me. I said, what, he lived in Brownsville? Here's the thing. I called my dad and asked my dad about it. I said, Daddy, did the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan live in Brownsville? He said, yeah. I said, you know where he lives? He said, yeah. He lived right down. He told me exactly where he lived. I said, why didn't you ever tell me? He said, it did not matter, because he wasn't going to bother me, because I'd have blown his brains out.
I love it.
You see that? Oh, but we was all supposed to be scared back then. My father, it did not matter. It had no effect on him whatsoever. We've been like a scientific test for them so they can then put it all over the United States of America. They know how to do it now. Oh, put the hip-hop music down there. N-word, B-word, W-word. Yeah. Let your children hear it. Wire them up to hate one another. And now they kill each other on the industrial level. They give them awards now, y'all. NAACP, yeah, they give rappers awards now. Give them awards for transitioning their children. America accepts those young men on the football and basketball field because they know they all earned it.
It's
we have no doubt.
Talking about this.
This is why the Super Bowl we watched the last time was the most watched TV show in the history of television. All those black men out there on the football field, everybody just cheering, cheering, cheering. You know why? Because you know all of them earned their right to be out there. It is no doubt. Those coaches are not going to put you out there if you don't earn it. And we accept it because of that. DEI on top, they let us choose. You can't do it. You can't do it on your own. They have the nerve to say that they're superior to me. If you say you have some type of privilege over me, you're telling me you're superior to me. That's interesting, isn't it? I got a room full of mostly white Americans in here right now. Which one of y'all got privilege over me? I want to see you. Oh, nobody's standing? White supremacy. Which one of you is supreme over me? And we're correct. You know why? No one can be superior to me because I'm an heir of Jesus Christ and I'm a child of God, same as you. We are all equal. We are all brothers and sisters. We all have gifts. We're not like a herd of animals who all are the same and do the same thing. God made us all so completely different. Oh my goodness, one person can play a piano, one person can sing, one person can cook, one is a doctor, one is a mechanic, one is an HVAC man, one is a landscaper, and we make this beautiful society, and our job is to elevate each other's gifts. Elevate them. We are here to find, what do you do well? God gave you something. And when you find it, man, that's a beautiful thing.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a lawyer, God, I want you to be a good lawyer because I don't want to be going to jail because you're not going. If you're a doctor, I want you to be a good doctor because I don't want to die when I lay on the table with you, man.
Damn right, yeah.
If you're a good cook, oh, God, I love you. I want to pay my money. I want to eat my meals. Oh, man, here's a good tip, you know? The world is beautiful when we do that. But instead they want to say, oh, I don't have what I am supposed to have because of you. You don't have the power to hold me down. If somebody comes up to you and tells you that you are responsible for where they are in their life, you tell them this. You say, let me tell you something, man. If you need a good preacher, I'll help you find one.
I love this too.
If you need a good job, I'll help you get one. If you need a good education, learn to read and write, I'll help you, I'll teach you myself. But I will not live in condemnation for you. You're going to not make me feel bad about your trifling behavior. And if you don't want to accept that, if you come and try to take anything from me or mine, I got two things that'll get you off of me, and that's Jesus and my 38. You better not try me.
Yeah.
All this stuff started.
Love it.
In the 60s with the civil rights movement.
This is what I was talking about.
Black
Martin
people
Luther
making
King
gains, y'all. And I
earlier
wrote this in my first book, Iron Triangle, and I wrote it in 25 Lies. I'd studied the time between 1940 after World War II and 1960 for the civil rights movement. And black people were closing the gap without any marching. I mean, we had Joe Louis, we had integrated baseball, we had cut our poverty rate from 80% to 30%. The black family was intact. 80% of our children were born in wedlock. Nobody was going to prison. And then the civil rights movement started and said that we were all victims. And that we need to come to government to help us. We were on our way to being like other minority groups in America. The Jewish people, Asian people, people that descended from India, set aside by doing better than the white population. And then the civil rights movement happened. And now if you look at black America, they've rejected it.
And like, remember what I said before about where that came from and why? Remember what I was talking about with Lyndon B. Johnson? Lyndon Johnson? Blah, 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 blah. Lyndon B. Johnson, who was president first, by the way, because he was the vice president to John F. Kennedy, who was shot and killed, and by default he was the president, and unfortunately ended up doing things that were completely counter to JFK's agenda, one of which was bringing troops on the ground in a offensive posture to begin to formally begin the actual Vietnam War. That was one thing that JFK had been very firmly against when he was. Now he was sending military informants to the South Vietnamese to help to prevent them being overrun by the communist North, but he wasn't willing to commit U.S. troops at a time in the country when there was still so much division. And this, by the way, was also at the time period when, and he seemed to also be able to recognize this, that the United States agencies that were in particular related to intel were beginning to really consolidate power, and in a way that was so highly protected and classified that even the highest ranking members in government, including the president himself, were having a hard time recognizing if they were being told the truth. So, I mean, a lot of people think that was why he was killed. I think that actually, if you have a chance to look into, I can't remember if it's a book or something. It's called, I think it's called The Devil's Chessboard. It's about Allen Dulles, probably one of the most key figures in turning the United States CIA and its intelligence agencies into the actual what we know now today as the deep state apparatus, and weaponizing government against anyone they want, including the American people if necessary. So just check it out. Alan Dulles, very, very key figure in that whole situation. Anyway, that's off topic. I just wanted to bring that up about that period, and in particular, who specifically did exactly what he's talking about and why. So
the whole concept of believing that you could force compliance, force people to accept you, was insanity. So he says 100 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, we're not free. He said 5 times in that speech we were not free, and then we had to come to government for our freedom.
That, yeah.
It turned the Declaration of Independence on its head, because Thomas Jefferson told the king, we are free. God gave us our freedom. And the king said, no, I gave it to you. Thomas said, well, we'll see about that. You want to ride this train? Come on, ride it. And then they signed the document saying, we pledge our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. Think about this now.
Now listen to this.
The founding fathers knew King George was coming. King George said, when I get there, I ain't going to just kill you. I'm going to bring you back to Great Britain. I'm going to hang you till you're almost dead. Then I'm going to cut you open. I'm going to pull your guts out, and I'm going to castrate you. Then I'm going to cut off your limbs and some of the othermost parts of the British Empire. That's what I'm going to do to every last one of y'all. And they said, sign the document and send it to him. We pledge our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. That's why these guys are legendary. Instead, y'all want to give us DEI. Let us do it for you. Let us choose your leadership for you. Never me, never me. So if I see somebody with DEI on his application, I'm going to say it is dead on arrival as far as I'm concerned. I'm not going to ride on the plane with him. I'm not going to let him be my doctor, and he sure can't be my friend. Y'all understand this. The First Amendment is not attached to the place. The First Amendment is attached to the person. It's like your insurance, right? Once you get your life insurance, there you go, you're insured. Once you get your medical and health insurance, there you go, you're insured. They know this. They're hoping that you don't.
Yes.
And this is why YAF is so important, y'all. We have to speak out and educate people about this. Thank you for not being quiet about this. Thank you for having the courage to bring me here to tell you about this from a black man's point of view. Thank you for allowing me to come here to tell you that from my point of view, I have seen them lock up my people in prison. I have seen them put them into poverty. I've seen them destroy families. I've seen them put drugs and hatred in my community. I've seen them cause a dysfunction in the black community that if we do not cure it, it's not just going to destroy it, it's going to destroy the rest of this nation. They see it. They have the same stats in front of them that I have. They think they can force people to like each other. They tell you, you know, that you can let demented men go into the bathroom with your wives and your daughters.
Yeah, here we go.
Demented men play on sports teams with your daughters. Demented men go into the prisons. Y'all, it is what Starbuck said in Moby Dick. I see a madman beget more madmen. Madness and insanity can be spread just like goodness and virtue can. When I was working in prison, the one thing that we had a charge called inciting a riot. Because one inmate can start raising hell and start causing, and everybody else just join in. Herd mentality. Inciting a riot. The left is doing the same thing here. At the end of World War II, when they asked the Nazis, what was wrong with you guys? Following the crowd, taking orders, doing what the higher-ups told us to do. It's easy to do that. What is hard? Standing alone. James A. Garfield said that a brave man looks the devil in the eye and he calls him a devil. I look them straight in the eye and I call them evil. Either evil or insane. We must stand up to them. So whenever you look into the black community and they try to deflect and they try to say there's somebody else besides them that's causing all of this damage, you say, no, it was you. It was you. It was you that put my child in prison. It was you that put my daughter into prostitution. It was you that foreclosed on my home. It was you that took my job. It was you that destroyed the economy and destroyed the family in my community. It was you. Wasn't nobody, it was you. You've been in charge for over 60 years.
That's right.
And all I've seen is death and despair. It was you. And I'm tired of you. I'm tired of you. I've seen too much death. I've seen too much dysfunction. So as I've said before, and I say again, I have fought these people most of my adult life. I fought them in the prisons. I fought them on the streets. I have fought them in the halls of power. I will fight them till hell freezes over, and when hell freezes over, I'll fight them on ice.
I gotta say, I'd seen that guy speak before, but I hadn't seen a full speech from him. I'd only seen snippets of speeches before, and when I saw that, I was like, I gotta play this. I've got to play this. I had to cut it down because it was a long speech, but that was obviously the things I think at least were the most impactful and really, really relevant to the conversation. The name of the episode, DEI, didn't earn it. I think that was, I can't remember if that was Charlie Kirk who first said it or if he picked it up and used it a lot, but it was a really strong moniker, and to be honest, it is clearly one of the things that is, once again, part of the agenda for a group of people who they couldn't care less about anybody as long as everybody is interchangeable to fit the narrative and the agenda that's not about getting people into the position they should be in and that will help them and everyone around them prosper. It's about getting people to be in the position they believe that they deserve, whether or not they do or not. No scrutiny, no looking into it. It's what they think they deserve because that's just. And it's the illusion of just, but there's nothing just about it because, once again, when it comes to positions, you do have to prove yourself to be capable of doing it, and not just doing it, but ultimately one of the most important things is to do it and do it with passion, because if you aren't the best, or not the best, if you aren't striving to be the best at what you do because you love it and you want to be the best at it, it is just a job. It's not really a career. And some people may never find a career that they want. Maybe their real passion is the time away from work. It's totally possible. I can say that I've told this story before in pieces, but going through a formal apprenticeship to learn to tattoo was one of the most important things to me because I wanted to be a tattooer, but I wanted to do it the way that was historically done, and for good reason, because a lot of traditions in tattoo industry in its early days came from a lot of the Japanese tattoo culture in the country, because when you hear about the way that the laws were in Japan, for a long time tattooing was completely illegal because mostly it was something that was revolved around gang members or Yakuza, and those were the only people that could actually get tattooed. And tattooing in Japan is very, 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 I think I've touched on this, but it's very symbolic and it's very relevant when you do a Japanese tattoo, because there's a lot of very specific rules that have to be followed to make it look like an authentic Japanese piece, like wind bars and finger waves and the types of plants, types of foliage, the types of koi, the types of all of those things are very dependent on season, on region, on all kinds of different aspects of how these things are supposed to come together. And it's much like sushi chefs because of the amount of time it takes to actually prove yourself in the eyes of someone who is going to potentially mentor you to become a sushi chef. In sushi, it's way, way harder and longer. I will say that because, man, the amount of time you have to do it in sushi is like 10 years or so. Luckily, with tattooing, it was always historically more like 2 or 3 years. Mine, as I've said before, was about a year and a few months, about a year and 4 or 5 months, which, like I've said before as well, I think there was only one other person I knew who did and finished a formal apprenticeship in the same way and went on to be a tattooer. Everyone else I ever met never went through a formal apprenticeship, and you know, if they do good work, great. But I thought there was value in learning not just about the actual trade itself, but the history of the trade and how things came to be. I learned how Flash was made. I learned why it's called Flash. I learned why you answer the phone and say tattoo shop instead of the name of the shop you're working in. And those are things that I was very interested to hear because I remember as I've worked in shops after that, and I've heard the different ways that people view those things. There was one shop I worked at with a guy who was, he didn't give a shit about anything. He gave a shit about how much money he was making. He came in and always thought he was, because he was a veteran. Now, I had already finished an apprenticeship. I had come in with a portfolio of my work. Him and the owner, he was the lead artist, I guess, at the time. I don't know what he was supposed to be. I guess at the time he was the lead artist. And then the owner, they both looked at it. They both approved of it. They both liked my work. They both wanted to get me started there. And for a while, I had a great time. And there was this is going somewhere, by the way. There was a guy who was there, but he ended up kind of leaving. And then after a while, that guy who was kind of the head artist, he left too. It caused the owner to bring in one other guy who also was self-taught. Nice guy, self-taught though. And at one point, he was leaving on a trip, and it was going to be like 2 weeks. And he said, man, and you're the only one I think I could trust with the keys to open up and to clean the shop and make sure that commission's collected and put aside, and I want to make sure that everything's good so that when I get back, everything's in. And I was like, absolutely, man, you got it. I took care of everything exactly like I said, and I earned a serious amount of trust with him. And it sucked so bad because the guy that left, that was Mr. Veteran, suddenly came back, and instead of looking at me like hey, thanks, man, thanks for keeping business going while I've been gone, thanks, instead he came in and wanted to not only basically kind of lord over me like I was some kind of just young punk who didn't know anything, but he basically was like, he wanted my needles, he wanted my ink, he wanted my supplies, he wanted my Vaseline, he wanted my everything. And then on top of that, when you're an apprentice and you kind of first start getting tasked with some serious responsibilities, it's your job to set up the station for the guy who's training you. So in my case, when I was first being trained, I learned how to set up the station with saran wrap and then a paper towel, and then you set out your ink caps with Vaseline to stick them down to the table. I didn't pour the ink out because that was for the artist to do, and then it would dry in the cap if you didn't. I set up his machines the way he liked them to be set up, the rubber band tension, however many rubber bands, and then I would, I'd set everything up, and then I got to watch him work. This guy expected me to set up his station, and he expected me to jump at the chance to watch him work and basically go through he knew I had apprenticed. He didn't know shit about the scene from where I had come from, because I had been commuting to the place I was working first, and this place was in my hometown. I don't think he even heard of the shop I was working at. I don't think he heard of a shop outside of this town either. But he did really kind of disregard all of that. And I think it wasn't because he wanted to pass down some wisdom of his style of tattooing to me or anything like that. No, he's just lazy. Because I've seen that many, many times as well. It was about somebody who does all your work for you. They set up your station, they draw your stencils, they place them on the client, they do they do all the grunt work. I'd done all the grunt work. I'd proven myself to a shop full of people who were artists for, most of them for more than a decade. I never had any complaints for that. I wanted to do it that way, and when I finally finished and I was a full-fledged artist, I was super excited about it. Only to end up in a place with a guy who just disregarded all of that because of his ego, and when he came back, he thought he should just own the place. I got freaking kind of miffed and pissed off, and but ultimately, this guy, first of all, came off like the things I was around when it was just him left tattooing, because he never came in at opening. He never came in halfway through the day. He came in whenever he felt like it. He started tattooing whenever he felt like it, usually late at night. And that was after the shop was pretty much officially closed, but he didn't care about that because he brought in his friends and would tattoo them. And it ended up being just more like a big club or a big, indoor party where we were all listening to music. People were smoking blunts, and he was doing his tattoos. I personally wanted to just clean my station up and go home because I was done. I was making great money at the time, too. And unfortunately, because of the fact that I complained, because I went to the boss, I was like, I looked at the guy, and I was like, this guy is a psycho. He doesn't care. He's treating me like crap. And he's using up so much of my supplies that he's basically going to end up using up at least half. I want back some money so I can buy more supplies. And I didn't want to bring it up to him first. I wanted to at least bring it up to the owner and say, hey, man, this is what's going on. He's like, oh, tell him, yeah, go ahead. And before I could even tell him, this guy got wind that I'd gone to the boss, and I can tell this guy had a criminal history because he was very insistent that, first of all, how dare I go to the boss to ask the question about this? And secondly, that what the fuck's wrong with you? You're getting all pissed off about a fucking needle? And I was like, wait a minute. A needle? You mean a needle about 20 times, and a bottle of ink that is about half empty, and several other bottles of ink, even though most of what you do is black and gray, and a roll of paper towels, and a box of gloves, and what are we talking about here? So I was kind of frustrated, but he had this sort of look in his eye of fury, like he was absolutely furious with me for doing it. And so he did what he thought was the best idea. He pulled a $20 bill out of his wallet, slapped it on my freaking massage table for working on people's backs and things, slapped it down there, and then just walked away. I like, this is like enough for a box of needles. One box of needles. This is what we're doing now, huh? And that was really when I realized I love the owner. I love working here. But I can't work with this guy. I can't do it. And it sucked. It really sucked. Like I said, I was making great money. I had the total trust and respect of the owner. I didn't want to leave, but this guy was very, very subtly threatening, and I just didn't trust him. I knew he had some serious connections to people that I didn't trust either, and I was like, I just got to get out of here. The point I'm bringing up with this story is that even when you find the right sort of work that you want to do and you enjoy the hell out of it, things still can go wrong. And, regardless of whatever that ends up happening, that's my issue. That's nobody else's. In fact, I ran into another guy who I worked with before. His not his name, his buddy was one of my friend's brothers, his older brother, and they're all great people, but the shop they had just was in a horrible location, didn't get really any business at all, and I really, at that point, I'd moved from a bunch of cities, and nobody was able to really follow me, so I couldn't keep any regulars, and basically what happened was I had to end up kind of just deciding I had to leave. There was no hard feelings. One shop I left where there was no hard feelings. I loved the guys. They were great, but I just wasn't making any money. And I ran into him much later, and I talked to him about working with this other guy that was just a real freaking jerk. And he's like, "Oh, you're talking about that guy from this?" I was like, "Yeah, you know him?" And he's like, "Oh man, dude, yeah, same thing here, man. He did the exact same." I was like, "Oh man," he's like, "Yeah, he's a fucking lunatic." And I was like, "Wow, okay." So I was right on the nail about that one. But once again, it's something you can't plan for, and it's something that you have to just kind of roll with. And unfortunately, that's the way things kind of go sometimes, when you even can make it to a situation where you can feel totally content. Although this has always been my downfall, and one of my biggest strengths is that I don't ever like settling for something that I don't think is meaningful or is something that I'm passionate about doing. Like I said, I want to make sure that when I go to do some kind of thing that I consider or I do that is my way of earning an income or my way of trying to advance into making an income, I do it to the absolute best of my ability, and I do it to make sure that if I can succeed here, I'm going to make sure I give like every possible thing I can think of to keep it going, a serious shot for as long as I can. And the other thing about this that I thought was important to mention is, once again, somebody bringing up something similar to prison mentality. As he said, you can have a riot in prison, and as I've told you guys before, I had a close family member, who was sentenced to a really long prison term. Unfortunately, the crime was very heavily and aggressively pursued by the prosecution, to the point of just fabricating a scenario that no witness attested to. No one was there to see, no one was there to testify to, but they concocted this big story about exactly what happened, and and unfortunately, my family member's attorney was a little too overconfident in the case that they had to mount an effective defense that would have been persuasive enough to win the case. And then he didn't win the case. He lost the case, and now luckily, even though he ended up with serious time, he didn't get any kind of life sentence for anything. But still, he had been in for he had been in for 26 years by the time he got out. And I'll never forget when he got out. It was such a big deal. But I'll never also forget the fact that he had been in and around many riots, many situations that had been violent, many groups of people that were affiliated with some of the most notorious rough and tumble prison gangs on the planet. And he never wanted to be involved in any of the gang shit, so he told them that. And but regardless, my point is that, as he mentioned there, you end up in a prison, and it's like you see the kind of lack of inspiration and what it does to people. And as I've said before, just like they're trying to do to the bulk of the country, there's only one place in America, and really anywhere in the English countries that it might not be true for Europe for sure, but at least for sure in the United States, I'll just say I know for sure that that's the only place that it is completely and totally 100% not only possible, but mandatory to be a place that is segregated by race. Because that's what drives all the conflict. That's what drives factions and their support. That's what drives drug sales. That's what drives all of that. Is whatever race you are, because it's an easy thing to spot. You see somebody, that guy's white, that guy's Hispanic, that guy's black, that guy's Asian, that guy's from India, that guy's, whatever. But the point that this ends up leading to is that when you boil things down to their most tribal, when people are in a mode that is constantly combative, always hostile, you can't ever let your guard down, and everyone around you is responsible for some kind of heinous shit, the only chance you have to survive is to make sure that you're likely not likely, you are I'm sorry. Anyway, I was just thinking about this statement and the trying to figure out how to wrap it up, because the guy that from my family is in prison. I talked to him a lot because I was really interested in prison culture, prison gangs, and how the structure of everything was set up, and he lives with PTSD now. He'll wake up in the middle of the night and be believing he had just been in one of those prison riots. Once again, he'll wake up in the middle of the night like he was still in his jail cell. It's something that he's never going to be rid of entirely. It's always going to be hanging over him. Now, luckily, despite all this, he has one major advantage, and this is one of the most important things that I could probably mention. I've never mentioned it, but if it wasn't for that, it's sad, but if it wasn't for that, I don't know if, because it's my grandparents that would be that are his parents on my mom's side. Uncle. if he trying to think of oh yeah, that's much better. Jeez. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm trying to word this the right way to make it the most make it the most understandable. I'll just put it like this. I found in him, when I was talking to him about this stuff, because of my interest in prison culture, because of my interest in criminal psychology, just really studying gang culture, really studying prison gang culture, I was able to kind of connect with him and communicate with him based on everything that I had learned about what really happens in prison, what it really takes to survive in prison, and what's expected of you. And he was kind of surprised because I've never even been arrested, let alone be put in prison, but because I had really, really watched so many documentaries and short films and TV shows and everything else about real real life prisons in America that I knew a lot more than the average individual does. And so he really was able to kind of tell me a lot. He told me some stories. And there's a reason why, you know, when you think about prison culture and you think about war culture and the effect on the mind that leaves someone with even when they get out, it makes total sense because you witness some serious depravity in both situations. And unfortunately, in the case of the prison side, hopefully in a civilized society, when it's not the middle of the 1960s, when you get out from military, you're not going to be treated badly by anybody like you would be well in prison. But now people have flipped that on their head, on its head. Now people are, you know, going back to not really hating servicemen, but not really paying them much respect. And if you consider it a possibility for women to compete on the battlefield in physical prowess next to any man, once again, that's one hell of a sign of disrespect. And finally, though, when it comes to prisoners, and as they get out, they have the same issues and they have the same trauma. They've witnessed the same grotesque events, but what does that mean for them? What does that mean for So anyway, when they have policy, and I'm sorry, man, I guess I'll just wrap up with this. When I talked to him about that, that was probably one of the more cathartic moments for him and for his time out after he'd gotten out. Now this was like 6 or 7 years after he'd been released. So, he'd never found anyone else, not even people he'd been into prison with. They didn't want to talk about that kind of thing, you know. And no one else in the family other than me was ever had that real super deep interest in that sort of life. So, so no one really had a deeper conversation about these things. And since I did, he really was opening up to me about things that I was shocked. I was shocked to hear. He's a guy who you would never guess in a million years would possibly be somebody who could get stuck in something that that hell-like, I guess is the best way to describe it. And the worst part about all of this is that that's another part of the equalization and the equity agenda when it comes to people involved in the pushing for affirmative action, DEI, racial equity movements, anything like that. It's not about who is suffering justly and unjustly. It's about who is most oppressed and what was done to them. Now, do something equally terrible to a group of people that are not in any way responsible for something heinous or evil, but subject them to the same thing because we need to promote equity. This whole agenda to placate and essentially attempt to put on display a fake virtue and a fake empathy sort of charade that you care so much and that's why you're doing this. Some of the politicians in Washington and in this country are some of the most despicable people on the planet. And so, with this whole Thomas Massey thing, I've been talking about this for a while, and I finally heard somebody else say this the other day, and I was like, finally, and I started thinking, finally, people might be waking up to this. The United States Congress, the legislative branch, is broken. What's happening there right now is not anything at all like what it was intended to be. This was never sort of intended to be a place where everyone went in to fight for a party and that party agenda or anything like that. This was meant for people who were representing constituents from their home state and their hometown to represent their interests on the stage that was Washington, D.C. and its seat of decision making for the good of the country. And it's not about the good of the country at all anymore, and especially not with the Democrat side. There are still true believers, and that's the only area where Republicans still have some degree of right to claim some sort of virtue in any way over the Democrats. But make no mistake, they let all of this happen by standing by and watching it. Especially the ones in the highest positions of power. They were the ones that stood by and watched as this happened, as everything got eroded out from under them. And as President Trump has said over and over again, because here's the thing, this is now a race of time to see who is going to be able to hold on to their majority and who's going to not when it comes to the House Speaker and the Senate leadership. Because when you have a majority, you can force bills. Now, John Thune, despite previously kind of thinking this guy might be a pretty decent leader, it's not necessarily his fault, but Donald Trump is 100% right when he says that the Democrats, if they are able to once again gain majority power in one, or God forbid, both the House and the Senate, they're not just going to impeach Trump. They're going to pack the court, like was discussed, where they want to add more justices. In fact, they've stated the number 4. Why? It's right now there's 3 justices that were nominated and confirmed in a left-wing administration. There's 6 voted for and confirmed in a Republican administration. Unlike the intent behind the Supreme Court, and unlike people like Clarence Thomas and some of the more traditional-minded members of the court, Democrats and the people they've nominated and confirmed, like, I mean, you get no better example than Ketanji Brown Jackson. They don't see it that way. They see it as they're treating it like the same way they treated the news, and they treat schools, and they treat everything else. Well, if we have the power, we can control the narrative. And if we can control the narrative, then we can control the reasonings why we need to do this. That's why they want to apply ethics standards. They want the legislative branch to come up with ethics standards for the Supreme Court, a third branch of government that's supposed to be co-equal. And the Supreme Court has actually written out a code of conduct The leftists on the Senate Judiciary Committee rejected it. This isn't good enough. Why? Because Clarence Thomas still could get away with, mingling with people they didn't like. He could still have people that would give him tickets to, sporting events. And I guess that's why they believe, and here's where it's ridiculous, because they think in the same way that they believe that if somebody is going to give them a bunch of gifts, they're trying to win their vote, and maybe they are, maybe they aren't, but in Democrat world, that is the beginning of a conversation to try and make things happen because they want to keep their job and go places. Tulsi Gabbard talks about it a lot. I'm so disappointed that she's leaving. I get the reasons why, but man, I'm so disappointed she's leaving. But the point is that everything is always in furtherance of the party. They want to pack the court. They want to redraw every state. They want to add 2 new states. And I forgot, it was Puerto Rico, I think, and Washington, D.C. 2 places that they would be considered heavily left when it comes to the grand scheme of things. They want to... They obviously want to be able to count illegals in the census. They want them to count towards the overall population. They want them to be able to vote. And when Trump suggests that, you guys, this is serious. We've got a Democrat Party who is just breathing down our throats, waiting for a chance to strike. We lose the majority, they kill the filibuster, and we lose forever. And pussy-ass Republicans or assholes who are going to bitch and moan when Donald Trump supports their opponent in a primary, who have been in Congress for 30 years or so and never thought they'd ever lose and got a reality check and blame Donald Trump, are more than happy to say, nah, we're not going to vote for that then. We're not going to vote for this. They don't care if they watch the party burn or the country burn, so long as Donald Trump gets a comeuppance for daring to not side with them in their campaign. I thought you were there to represent the people, not yourself. I thought you were there to represent the country's interest. We already know the Democrats aren't. Is there anybody in this fucking building that is actually here to do something that shows they give a shit about the American people? And a lot of people don't really even understand this. But watch some sessions of Congress. Watch what they do. Watch what they pass. Watch what they suggest. Watch how they talk in interviews. They're not interested in the American people. They're not interested in things that are going to help them. They're interested in advancing their political career to the next step. And I'll be fucking damned if I watch a fraud like Gavin Newsom, or a ditzy know-nothing like AOC, or a know-nothing hack who couldn't even be an effective mayor, Pete Buttigieg, be elected president and swing his weight around and tell Congress to do whatever they need to do to guarantee a left-wing vote, and then take over the Supreme Court and pack it with leftists. That's what they want to do. They've said it out loud. And so, when we roll around to the midterms this year, just remember that. And as we're kind of watching how the results are coming in and hearing about the history of what's happened to Black America because they believed the political people in the country that were talking about how we'll make sure that we take care of you. Okay, well, what does that mean for me? You take care of me, but how can I take care of myself then after that? And they wouldn't care about that. They just said, well, we'll keep taking care of you. And those same people are the ones bitching and moaning and crying and complaining about prices at the grocery store, prices of gas, prices of this, prices of that. Well, I don't know. Maybe if you stopped asking for taxpayers to keep funding all the bullshit that you think you're entitled to, then maybe the prices would go down for all of us. But since that's capitalism in action, and that's such a dirty word, you're totally against it because you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, and you will walk directly to your execution wondering, wait, what is that? Because you don't have any sense of the fact that the people that are telling you they're your best friend, they're going to help you out, are the ones that want to help you out right into the grave. And as long as you keep, promoting their cause, they'll make you feel good, but they'll offer nothing at all in terms of actual long-term beneficial solutions that will help lift everybody up. And one of the worst things that we're doing is constantly focusing on the wage gap, the wealth gap. Excuse me, not the wage gap, the wealth gap. The economy is not a zero-sum game. I've said this before. You don't need to look enviously at somebody who's successful and think that he took all the money, now there's none left. That's not true. That's not true. Just because someone else is successful doesn't mean you don't have the potential to also be successful. But you can't do it by continuing to beg on your knees for the government to give you more. And that's when you forfeit your future and your prosperity to a group of people who have nothing at all whatsoever to offer you except for band-aids and patchwork solution, or patch-up solutions and temporary fixes for the rest of your life until you end up dead, wondering where the hell the time went. And I can tell you where it went. It went to improving the status of these sick fucks and their family and their conditions of living and their fourth home that they just bought while you couldn't even afford one. And once again, it's right out in front, everybody. They're telling you all of this. And I'm not going to say some cliched statement like, when people tell you who they are, believe them. I'm just saying this quite simple and easy. Think about what you want and not what people tell you you are supposed to want. Think about what you really believe is going to benefit you and your family, and not what people say is the right way to care for you and your family. Just think about it that way, and hopefully there'll be a much better conclusion than you would have reached if you had just listened instead of ever once making some decisions on your own. Because God knows I've been very bad at making decisions on my own. I'm terrible at it. But when I do land on something, I absolutely do the best I can to make it as seriously a strong, motivating force as possible. And it I gotta say, it does come kind of natural to me to do that. But it's just because like I said, it's my biggest weakness and my biggest strength in the same thing, because it can be soul crushing when things don't work out, but it also is the most rewarding thing for me so far that I've ever had. And I don't have kids yet or anything like that, and I'm not ruling that out or anything. I'm just saying that like I've said before, I just, when you come from where I come from, and there's some slim pickings, and you're trying to do the best you can for so many things on so many fronts. I would never say no if I thought I found something that was what everyone would ideally hope for. But until that time comes, I wouldn't just settle for anything. And that's always been the way I think about everything. I can't. It feels like lying too much, and I don't want to do that. And if there's one thing I know about our opponents, it's people who have no problem lying all day, every day, as long as at the end of the day, they get that paycheck they were looking for. So, anyway, I'll conclude there. Thank you guys so much for watching. This went on way too long, but I hope you guys enjoyed it. I was really wanting to do this one for a long time. 4.5 hours, my lord. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Until next time, I'm definitely not going to be on tomorrow. I hope we'll be on Monday. I'll talk to you guys then, probably, as long as I'm on. So, take care. Have a good night. Have a good morning. Have a good day. Whatever it is where you are. And I'll see you next time. Peace.
In 5, 4, 3. That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. And we will leave you with a. I can't do it. Okay. We'll do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it, and we'll do it live.